Welcome back, YouTube. Let me take advantage of this last little time before CME opens and get my food ordered. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back.
If we do come down to that CME close and we bounce and hold, I think that's gonna be really bullish. But if we don't, yeah, most likely we'll hit that 100K target, I think.
I mean, it's healthy if we go and grab the vector gap and then come down. It's healthy. And definitely we're going to 100K. And then we'll bounce back from there.
You have an open mic. Let's go to the moon.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right. So I headed back towards CME with 8 minutes left. Soon as CME is tucked in nice and tight, I'm gonna eat some food.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's about to get violent again.
We'll see. We've got 7 minutes to get down to 103.65. That's just not to leave a gap. They'll leave a gap and fill it later if they have to. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, Santo. Should come down to that little yellow area of interest there, or very close to it. Yeah, I mean, it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin mostly. But if Bitcoin closes, so will ETH.
I'm not sure how much it matters or anything, but CME for Ethereum is at 2570. So it's $170 under it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
And
Bitcoin
Bitcoin's
coming down should
over it.
take it.
Yeah. Okay.
Like one move would typically give you the other. Got some good steaks and some chimichurri sauce and some sweet potatoes and a bunch of other good shit coming. Oh, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this spot does these sweet potatoes with this marshmallow sort of gravy concoction on top. Oh man, it's so good. Like mashed sweet potatoes with all types of goodness on top.
Sorry, Dbloc. Oh, where's CME close? Because I'm staring at my own charts right now for Bitcoin.
I've got it at 103.655, but
Okay.
it's a range basically. Just look at it like 103.8 to 103.6.
Mm.
Because there's a bit of a difference on CME chart.
Yep.
Yeah, there's tons of Cuban food.
Can you trade Nvidia on CME?
Do not believe so. I'm trying to think if anybody has any. I don't think so. You would just trade options on, the regular.
Yeah, like calls and puts. There's no like futures contracts.
No.
I've been looking at Nvidia for like the last half hour now, and I see a bunch of these gaps like just in the regular chart. On the daily, mostly it's where the gaps appear. I'm wondering if it does reach up for the top of the range there at like 153, but there's also gaps down all the way as low as 99. But that was an island reversal, so I don't know if that, I don't know if those tend to get filled or not.
1 minute left.
Island reversal off a higher low.
Alright, so we have our CME gap here. And then our weekend trap ends right at the beginning of the CME gap. Bang, bang.
His daily candles are looking funky.
I mean, I think ETH can come down, like I've been saying. To my target 1 on ETH is 224. My target 2 on ETH is 2080. Depending on how long the move takes, one is more likely than the other. My bad. This is our most hated rally emoji. That's for all the ETH deniers. Let it out. It's healthy. Gotta let it out, Senlos. You can't keep that type of emotion in, bro. That should give you like hernias and all types of shit. Just let it out. It's okay to be wrong sometimes.
Funny, man.
Yeah, LBMs, loose bowel movements, man. Get gas.
We're coming through that CME gap now in short form. A nice little TA day though, at least. Pretty sure it was probably a little bit more panicked in other rooms and other YouTubes. Good, Jeremy. All those dinosaurs need to take a nap. Bring some of that investable capital over here.
It's kind of crazy how well Launchcoin's been holding up with all the volatility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the platform is being used right now. It's actually bubbling up. You'll probably start hearing about the narrative on YouTube channels within the next week or so. And then remember the clock starts to tick at that point. Right? Because then you're going to start to get the centralized exchange listings. And the second that this thing is on a centralized exchange where you can, where retail can get their hands on it, it's probably going to be time to start taking profits.
For sure.
For any early holders.
I mean, I'm not that early, but well, I guess the
No,
present's
we're
not
pretty
early,
early.
right?
Nobody's really talking about it too
Okay.
much. I haven't seen it covered much. It's buzzing on Twitter a little bit louder now, but
Yeah, I saw it on Bubble Maps or whatever the different ones are. I don't know which one it
yeah.
was. And then whenever you brought it up and said what it was, I gotta start doing more homework about the stuff because once you explained it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually something I'd buy.
All right, so gold has come down to our second retracement. Right, this is the big spooky one that I was saying I don't think we're getting. I was just looking for 50 EMA retracement. Look at this thing for the past. That's 2023. The best time to buy Bitcoin has been. The best time to buy gold has been when it hits the 50 EMA. The second best time has been the next time it hits the 50 EMA. The entire way up. Every time it touches. Comes down, consider yourself lucky if you manage to get it underneath the 50. So that touch to the 50, what I was looking for. Looking for one more push into like 4K. Once we get above 3-4, we can validate this M pattern. But so far, so good. I took profit at 3333, but only a small percentage. I made a deal with my gold guy. I was like, bro, you can hit me for whatever percentage you want at 3,300. But when I come back to sell you the rest of my gold, I want every single penny. And their gold supply was so low, and the buzz for gold is getting so high that he took the deal. I think it was a win-win deal for both of us. He wouldn't have taken it if it wasn't a win-win.
For sure, dude.
But I just ensured a pretty good exit on the rest of my gold. He's not going to shave me too tough.
So CME does offer a semiconductor index for the semiconductor sector futures
That has
on
NVIDIA in it.
CME,
That makes sense.
the E-mini. So the ticker's SOX1 exclamation point. So you can use that CME chart to look for gaps, and then you can also trade the long and short ETFs based on that. The SOXL and SOSX is the long and short ETFs for the semiconductors. The semiconductor sector. I think it's like a 3x leverage ETF. So you can long and short on 3x, and you could probably do it long and short them into those gaps, like how you look to do with the
How many
CME
coins
index.
are in the index?
You know how many companies?
Yeah. Oh, coins, I said.
I don't know.
One day.
I'm not sure. Let me look. Let me look that up.
I'm just
I'm actually
wondering
at
if
the
they've got NVIDIA weighted heavy, or if it's an equal split, because then that would make a difference of how much effect the gaps would have on NVIDIA itself. But if it's weighted heavy, yeah, I could see what you're saying. If it's like over 50%, you know.
Weighted index composed of 30 semiconductor companies primarily involved in the design, distribution, manufacturing. It doesn't say if it's equally weighted or if it just says it's 30
Yeah.
companies. Holdings weighted. What the hell?
Yeah, Senlos is right. It's definitely part of trading to be wrong. I got stopped out once already today. Catching the first, when we first filled this vector, catching this falling knife. That's why when we got down here, I was like on the next episode of catching a fallen knife. But we're still holding this last one. Stopping volume candle, my validations at 0.35. We could come down, clear this CME gap, and put in a higher low. That's my bet. If not, we come down, we lose. No harm, no foul. We roll the dice again. All part of the game. I mean, I not advise, but I suggest that, you know, if you're newer, you wait for confirmation. We've only got so many fingers, and catch too many fallen knives, it can get bad. That's why higher lows are so strong, right? That's why the right side of W's are so lucrative. That little bit of confirmation. All right, now we play the game. We'll see a CME gap close before my Uber driver gets here.
So there's one from iShares. So SOXX
Mhm.
is an iShares ETF for semiconductors. So that one, and then that's basically, is that BlackRock that does iShares?
Yeah. Excuse me.
So
Sorry.
they've got 9% Broadcom, 8.2% Nvidia, 7.3%
What was the first
Texas
one?
Instruments, Broadcom,
Oh, okay.
7.3 AMD, Qualcomm is 6%, Monolithic 4.5, and then a bunch of others that I don't even really know. But that's the iShares one. So they're not fully equally weighted, but they're kind of close together.
Yeah, it's a
The
pretty
Invesco
conservative
one.
spread.
So Invesco is SOXQ, and that's the PHLX semiconductor that you can actually trade on the CME futures. But that's Invesco's top holdings. So they've got 12.54% Nvidia, 11.29% Broadcom, 8.33% Taiwan Semiconductors, 4.46% AMD, and then 4.4 KLA, Applied Materials,
Yeah.
Lam Research, ASML, Micron Technology, Analog Devices. So those are their top 10 holdings. So they're not equally weighted. Like these for SOXQ, it's actually 12.5% Nvidia, and then 11.3 Broadcom, and then 8% Taiwan Semiconductors, and then 4.4% AMD. So they're kind of like, that's not even. They're more heavy on Nvidia.
Yeah.
So I would think that the E-mini futures for the Invesco one,
I
the
think
PHLX,
BlackRock probably just reweighted recently after Nvidia's push. It would make sense that Qualcomm would be, it's just recompounding or consolidation, I should say.
well, it's Broadcom. They don't even have, neither of them even have the Qualcomm in there.
Did I say Qualcomm? I
Top
meant
10.
Broadcom. Sorry.
Yeah, but Qualcomm is in the index. It's in the 30. It's in the I think it's in the list of 30 companies that are in the index. It's just not in the top 10.
I'm not really swinging aggressively. It's just quick play, right? The bullishness of breaking out of this flag and our W pattern on the 4-hour hasn't run out yet, and we still got 24 hours left in our false move week beginning. So me trying to catch this bottoms is a just in case, so to hedge against putting in a higher high in the next 24 hours. If we hold this bullishness here, right, we haven't lost momentum, we haven't lost the bull flag retest, we haven't lost the uptrend. If we put in the right side of this W and pull, then I'll definitely be taking profits into tomorrow. I don't plan on holding it for the 3-day swing at all. And then if I'm wrong and we already had our high move, then I'll just get stopped out, Yeah, it's just a little bit of positioning.
Yeah, so it says that the index is reconstituted annually in September and rebalanced quarterly in March, June, September, and December.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So every quarter they rebalance it.
Herein, yeah, there is a connection. It's a non-obvious one, but so gold is gonna go up when risk appetites are low, or when fear is high. You're also gonna see the same reaction on DOM, right? When people aren't feeling risky, Bitcoin DOM will go up. So you could expect them to both be moving in, gold and DOM to be moving in similar directions, depending on what the risk appetite is. They're both metrics for risk, right? How much risk are people willing to take? You're good, bro. Yeah, yeah, they move at similar times. They might not match, but they rhyme, you know? USDT dominance is good for that too, right? USDT dom up is risk off, USDT down, risk on. We got 200 viewers and 46 likes, guys. That's what the Bitcoin chart looks like. That 1059 is the 200 viewers. That 1039 retracement is the 47 likes. Let's at least get it up to a double top here. There we go. We're pumping. We got a bit of a breakout on likes. The volume's increasing. I appreciate y'all. Let me go get my food. It just got delivered. I guess it beat CME Gap. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
What is this candle?
Ooh, that's some big buys coming out of Bitcoin.
And that's why we swing at falling knives.
Yeah, green vectors on the 5-minute though, I hate them. They retrace on me every time. Not every time, but
Alright, let me draw out this pattern and then let me go eat these steaks. YouTube chat is telling me I have to go away because Bitcoin pumps when I leave, so I'm being exiled until we get to the end of this pump.
my girlfriend told me I'm not allowed to use the word pumped anymore.
You're gonna have to ditch her.
So whenever I explain TA to her, it's so hard to not use that word.
Just lean into it and call it the growth phase. And then just look at her real weird when you say it. You'll be like, okay, you can say pump. Jesus. I'm being creepy.
Does she let you say dump?
Yeah.
So you can say dump, but you can't say.
Oh, that's just racist against pumps. That's not good. She's being pumpist.
First recorded case of pumpism.
Let's go leave that CME gap for later. Let Asia clean it up when they come home. Mom will clean it up when she comes on duty.
There's a gap fill on the NASDAQ CME futures. I don't know if it wants to fill it right now or if it wants to leave it there for later. But I opened a short on Friday. I'm wondering if I want to close it here.
Alright, you guys can see the vector gap. I don't have to log the chart up with that. Alright, I'll be back.
The volume profile sort of ends right there, the top of your vector gap. Oh.
If anybody's trading launch coin, it looks like it has an inverse head and shoulder on the 5.
There's actually quite a few inverse head and shoulders, so I jumped back in.
Yeah, there are. There's one on Subi too. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say the lot like just before I left for work, I saw everything was sort of inverse head and shouldering. Very nice.
It's hard because it also looks like a bear flag on some. Not really. It might. The bear
Mine's
flag.
also on a bear flag.
It looked like it could fake out and just move down.
Yeah.
So I got out and then it started to pump and then I got in again, but not with the worst position that I had before. But too many times I have waited for like a little retrace or something when there's a solid pattern across multiple coins and
Yeah.
just waited and watched it go up and up and up, and I wasn't gonna let that happen this time.
Yeah. These little dips have been like horrible. 2%, 3% dips on the things that I'm buying. It's hard to buy that. I wanted sort of a way bigger, like 10 to 12%, but I guess it's just getting to be that time.
Hopefully, I think. Every time I've looked forward to a stage in the market, then I get slapped in the face by it. So I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, on Bitcoin on the 4-hour, the breakout, it looks like the next red vector just retested the breakout, and now you're getting this long wick on the bottom of the retest of the 50, and now it's pumping.
You're gonna say it all you can here, aren't you?
Bitcoin
I don't know why you're saying pump so much.
crazy today.
Pumping. I like to pump. Oh, I think that candle was brought to you by Sydney. Thanks, Sydney. Big
I have to go walk my dog and hope that I don't come back with my hopes and dreams shattered. But I can't put it off any longer.
You don't take us with you?
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, take us with you and put your butt in
I'll just stick you in my back pocket.
and put me in that. I fit real well.
All right, I'll be back.
Third green vector candle on the 5 minute.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play no games with this. I'm putting stops right underneath the 200 on the 1 minute.
Yeah, we almost clear the vectors on the top. Now we are coming down, I guess, to clear all these vector gaps back to the CME gap.
Like timing right now, like I'm not gonna be. We've seen it way too many times.
A lot of manipulation going on right now, guys. But I'd be careful because if we do break above 106, 145, then I mean we could go right up to 109. So could be a position to long as well, but just watch out, obviously.
That
I'm
just looked like
shorting
a
it.
straight squeeze right there. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts, bro. That's what I said. Like I pulled the stops all the way up into profit. Like I'm not playing no game.
Sir. We're
Yeah,
not
if it
here for
wants
the
to
camp.
come, yeah, if it wants to come back down, I'll just reposition. I've already like ruined a bunch of positions just to take the profit, working out.
I already took my initials out. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
like
invested. Took my
at the
initials out,
last
but
time.
my stop loss is still climbing. Every 5-minute candle, I bring my stop loss up.
Yeah, I took profit thinking that we were gonna come down and clear that CME, but as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, I'll get back in.
Maybe there was like a lot of people playing that CME short. And it just
I was
squeezed them
on
out.
that short. Then I saw the wick. When I saw the wick, I was like, oh, that's a strong wick. That's like a reversal wick. Wait. So I closed my shorts just in time. But I didn't get into long until I saw a real candle right after that reversal wick. So I took my time. I just wanted to wait and see.
ETH really didn't get much love on that pump, dude.
Well, it's doing pretty well right now. It's moving like Sui and ETH are doing pretty well.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm watching them
I'm
take
in a position along on ETH pretty soon. I think it's gonna pop now, like it did before, in the next half an hour or so.
It just
Pop
got
down?
over its
Pop
50.
up?
ETH just got over the 50 on the 5-minute.
Yep.
Dewey's like going for its 200 on the 5-minute.
Careful, boys. Here we go.
Yeah, but the 800 is there as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of resistance right here.
Solana's pushing hard. I like it.
Stops in the profit.
Come on. There you go. There you go. Don't let Bitcoin scare you guys. Come on. Continue your trend. Come on, complete your RSI.
Yeah, futures aren't down that bad. There's a little gap left above, but they're not even down that bad.
Yeah, I don't want it to fill that gap because I'm shorting it. I want it to leave it there and it'll come back up for it later. Because on the daily, I'm trading the Nasdaq on the daily. But the stocks are it's all overbought. The market itself's overbought. Needs to relax for a minute.
You want ETH to complete this retest.
Watch ETH here as well. I think Bitcoin's gonna bounce, but watch ETH. Watch ETH.
Bitcoin dominance coming down.
That's what I'm saying.
I closed my longs. Let's see. Profit. I'll wait for Asia. Ugh. Careful here, guys. It is not the area to enter. It's gonna get really volatile.
What caused this spike? You know?
I think it was honestly just a short, just a squeeze. It was just a
Yeah,
squeeze.
pretty obvious it was a squeeze for all the shorts.
Ah, okay. I know y'all were saying something about the stock market earlier. I thought it was like good news or something.
The stock market opened up down. It's down there, man. But not, I mean, it's down almost 1%. So I mean, but it's. I thought it would be like. I mean, people were thinking maybe 2%, but it did just open. And I do think like Scott Bessent coming on this morning, I think he kind of dampened the whole credit rating thing. That's like at like 9:30 he was talking. And he's basically just dismissing it. And he said some other things. So maybe he kind of stopped the bleed for a little bit. Dude, Bitcoin is so strong, man. Just to think that we're at like 105, and I'm just looking at still some of these alts. It's crazy. Like I think the last time Bitcoin was at this price, Solana was pushing like 220, 240 almost probably.
Mm-hmm. That's why Solana's gonna have it's gonna have its day, where it's just gonna just keep pumping. It's gonna have its day.
Not for nothing. I don't know who was here or who was around, but I came in the other day and was like, hey, I think Bitcoin dominance might have found a local bottom. Plus, if you look at like total three versus Ethereum and Bitcoin, it's finding resistance at this trend line. It looks like the altcoins are going to go down. And I was like, I think that Bitcoin and Ethereum could go up, but I think the altcoins are going to get trashed. And that's pretty much what's been happening for the last couple of days. That the play was to sort of either
Jump back,
long
jump back.
Bitcoin and ETH or sideline them and short the altcoins.
Yeah, I should have jumped back into
So-
Bitcoin. I still have like portion of my portfolio in Bitcoin, but this whole run up, I've definitely gone heavy on alts again.
Even if you were playing like on just purely on spot and you didn't want to sideline at all, if you sold your alts and bought Bitcoin, right then you would have done a lot better than if
Yep.
you were holding alts or even sitting on the side.
Yep. No, it's been a brutal, like it's been almost like 4 days of just alts bleeding, maybe even more since Thursday.
Dude, I'm telling you, like this like the whole like crypto market, right? With the Bitcoin pairs, it's like its own little like mini forex market. Except there's like a ton of like other currencies that have way less dominance than like how like the DXY, like the dollar, the DXY is basically the dominance that the dollar has over those other six currencies, like the pound and the euro and the JPY and Swedish franc and all the like there's like six other currencies and it basically shows the US dollar dominance over those currencies. That's what the DXY is. And so the other currencies you can look at as like sort of altcoins when you look at it like for like so when you look at like JPY USD or GBP USD or Euro USD, those are like your altcoin pairs versus Bitcoin, except there's other so like if you look at some weird like currency that my buddy has like a South America or whatever the country or wherever he is in Suriname. They have SRD. So it's like that currency is wicked weak. It's like super weak versus the US dollar, right? So like 20 like one US dollar is like 25 of their dollars. Right? So it's like the dollar has way more dominance over that currency and value over that currency. But it's like Bitcoin is like its own US dollar in an isolated sort of forex market that's only digital assets, like only cryptocurrencies. You know what I'm trying to say? Like Bitcoin is the like just like how the US dollar, everything is compared to the US dollar. And if something is trending down in value against the US dollar, like any other fiat currency, you could look at the chart versus USD, and every other fiat currency is compared, its value is compared to USD. But with Bitcoin, all these other cryptos, it's like their value is compared, you can compare their value versus Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So Bitcoin is like so if the DXY is like the US dollar is the world reserve currency for all these other fiat currencies, Bitcoin is the world reserve currency for cryptocurrencies. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
And I mean, I don't even think that you need. So at least with forex, you have to go through all this like global, like macroeconomic stuff, like global economic data and all kinds of stuff that's happening with each individual country if you want to trade forex. But like, if you can do the same thing in forex as you do with crypto, except all you have to do is look at the chart, really. Look at dominance charts, look at your alt versus BTC pairs. If you don't want to be sidelined and you don't want to be in the US dollar, then you can always just trade in and out of Bitcoin and try to accumulate more Bitcoin if you wanted to. That's not really my style because there's so much math that goes into it, but that's why like when Dbloc always talks about like valuing your portfolio in Satoshi, like how many Satoshis, like the Satoshi valuation of your portfolio, how many Satoshis do you have, like how much Bitcoin do you have, all your altcoins together, like does it represent more Bitcoin than you would have bought if you had just bought Bitcoin with the same amount of money, you know?
I compare my portfolio, I compare it to Doge.
There you go. What's up, Drew?
What up, what up?
So what, you look at Doge pairs?
Yeah, that's what made me go all in Doge. I was just salivating over the Doge BTC pair, and I see a giant bullish megaphone about to happen.
Yo, Drew. Dbloc was on here earlier, and I was asking, like, I made the comment. I was like, I wish Coinbase had like a sell all button, so I could. And he said, you may like know something like that, like with like an API or something.
Yeah, you can hook up, like I've done it with Crypto Hopper, and you hook up an API to your exchange, and you just do a global sell on whatever you have. You can patch them up to all your cryptos so they sell at once. I mean, there's a panic button also on Coinbase that's like, sell everything, my account is compromised, but that will lock everything, you know? But that's like, that is a last resort. It's like, say you got like so many open positions, you don't know what to do. You just hit the panic, my account was compromised, and it's going to market sell everything for you. That's like emergency only though on Coinbase.
Is the Crypto Hopper thing free, or do you have to like pay like a subscription or something?
They have free version and paid version. The free version, I think you can do up to 20 to 30 cryptos. I haven't used it for years, or for like a year or two, actually 2 years, maybe even 3. But I remember they let you use about 20 to 30 cryptos on the free version. It's pretty cool, Crypto Hopper. I even did some AI trading with it. I was trading off the Ichimokus. I was trading off of like moving averages, just letting the bot do its work.
I could probably write it up in a few minutes if you want me to.
Is that consume?
Yep, just hiding out.
Oh, what's up, dude? Yeah, this guy's a high tech primo computer code writer. He's a programmer.
Okay,
Have
you
you-
say so.
Yeah, but Crypto Hopper is really cool, man. If you guys do want to ever play around with stuff like that, I'm telling you, it's pretty cool. At least it was cool 2 years ago. I don't know how cool it is now.
What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, I remember. Doge market cap divided by total 3 minus USDT market cap.
And do not ever give the bots permission to transfer. You might slip, and they might say needs permission to transfer to do some functions, and that's like sometimes they do. If you have more exchanges hooked up to one bot, you can do arbitrage functions and things like that. But you want to you have to give them permission to buy and sell. You know, that's the only way it works. So you give them permission to buy and sell, but you do not give them permission to make any transfers.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that the exchanges actually support that, where they'll let you just buy, sell, but not transfer out.
Yeah, I mean, it's safer, you know.
It really, when 3 commas first came out, I remember some of the APIs didn't support that. I was glad that they finally did add it in.
Yeah, I've never tried 3 commas. I know a lot of people used it, but didn't they have like there was some big issue with it or something happened?
Yeah, I remember there was some problem with it. I think they got owned, or like their DB of API keys got owned, and everybody had to go change their API keys or reject or revoke all their keys on their exchanges.
Damn.
Yeah, it must have been like 3 or 4 years ago. It's been a minute.
Well, looky here. We got Bitcoin back over $105,000.
Yo, it's pumping, man. Dang.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Let's go. Rockets. People are getting shook out. They're getting whooped left and right. Bitcoin's just smacking people around. Like, are we going up? Are we going down? Bang.
Where
Back
the
at
bear
105.
Dang, look at the 8-hour candle. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we need a higher high here, otherwise, so let's go.
Big buys. We're approaching that 106. We touched it and broke it a little bit on Binance. So since we pierced it and we already made a higher local high, I think it's fair to say we're going to break all these resistances up to all-time high. Once we get to all-time high, maybe a slight rejection, but the bulls aren't going to let this opportunity slip for us to without shattering all-time high. So let's go.
All right, let's go. Come on, we get. Oh, let's go. Higher high. Let's go. Get higher high.
Enable soundboard Dbloc so we can
It's going to be hard to happen here. I mean, I think it would be easier if we get rejected here at 106 a few times, bull flag, and then break. But, you know, let's see how momentum hits. We got a, 7 o'clock candle coming in at in 4 minutes. Well, let's pop it.
Look at the bullish engulfing on the 4 hour, man. It's nice.
That's a beauty.
Y'all see Joe? Cancer? Mr. Joe Biden, he got cancer.
What?
Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, he got cancer.
Was it brain cancer?
Prostate.
Testicular? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't wish cancer on anyone, even Biden.
How old is he?
Yeah, it's sad. He's like, how old is he? He's like 85?
Like
90?
80, 84, I think. Trump just tweeted saying him and Melania are saddened.
It is sad.
I saw this tweet from Trump, yeah. He used to call him idiot before 3 days.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna, dude. Even on his recent like Saudi Arabia trip, he just kept hammering on Biden, bro. He was like, "That."
He's gonna keep doing it, dude. He doesn't care.
No, I don't know.
This
Maybe
is
he will.
Biden market, by the way. That's what Trump said.
No. But now he's changed it up. Now it's his market. Now
he flips it every time. He flips it every time.
At this point, it's his market. He said it.
I think tomorrow it's going to be Biden's market.
All right, everyone, we want a higher high here, so let's strap up. Come on.
Can we refer to bullish days as Trump days and bearish days as Biden days?
What Trump does.
It's a very bullish move, right?
The bull market is Trump market. The bear market is Biden market.
Correct.
I mean, let's be honest. If that whole Trump on Truth Social tweet or whatever doesn't come out, then we'd really be in the shitter. At least the stock market would be.
Imagine if the roles were reversed. People would be like, "Oh, he deserved." People were saying, "Wrong president."
Okay, come on, Bitcoin. We need to push now. We need to push.
You don't need double top here.
Higher high. That's what I said.
People buy. People buy. 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 Buy.
Drew is buying now.
Everybody buy. Everybody click buy.
Yo, this is crazy.
Everybody, we need to help it. We need to help it.
You mean like a spirit bomb?
The futures are almost, the gap's almost filled. So
Yes, spirit bomb. Let's go.
And we're almost to the measured move of those head and shoulders.
Okay, so if
Inverted.
we short here, then it'll go up. So everybody's short. Oh!
But then we'll lose money.
440.
Look at it go.
Yeah, it's
Right
not part
now,
of the
hit the
plan.
short button, guys. You
Because
see
there's
that?
still, I don't like that plan.
The second I say the word short, look at that candle.
Give me my
Speaking of
money
shorts, I
back.
might need a new pair.
I'm gonna go short with my whole portfolio again, market maker.
Big buys.
Everybody's shorting, market maker. Everybody's shorting. What is long? What's that?
Yeah, I don't see no green button.
No way, market maker's gonna pay us.
Yeah, you gotta pay yourself.
What did Dbloc said about the CME gap? Are we filling it or leaving it behind?
he said he'd leave it to Asia to fill it, to deal with it later.
Expecting the bigger measured move that 1 to 108.
That last 1 hour candle was a big vector. So it might come down and fill in that vector zone and consolidate sideways, like he was saying. If it's gonna break down, then yeah, it probably won't be till later, but that might have been a successful retest for a break higher. And get more short liquidity. Like, cause the target for this triangle is 108.4.
It definitely stops in the profit.
I would probably try to short it there. Honestly, like 108.4. That's still below the all-time high. Be a slightly lower high, but if it closed the daily above there, I probably would not short it.
Hopefully, we don't make
I'd
all-time
probably
highs when I step away.
I'd probably try to take a short there at 108.4, and then if it closes the daily above 106, then I probably would just get out of the short.
We have inverse head and shoulders on the 1 hour too, bigger ones. I was looking at the small time frames head and shoulder, which almost played out, but we have some much bigger ones.
Hopefully, we get the bullish engulfing in the 4 hour.
So the highest daily close we ever had was 106, 114.
Damn, that's it. 106. Dang.
But we're working on it. There's 56 minutes left. This is about to be the highest weekly candle close in history. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. Good point.
If it stays up here, it has to stay above 104, 460. Yeah.
I think we get it. Not too long
Damn,
ago,
dude.
we were at 80K, and everybody was fearful. Now look where we're at now.
I don't want to I don't want to fall for some like overly bullish stuff, but it's looking like it wants to reach into price discovery. Like it really does. Like, damn. Like, and D-Block's been saying this for like 2 or 3 weeks now, and I don't know, I didn't believe him, but I'm starting to believe it. But then that also makes me scared that they're just gonna rip it back down. Because sometimes they make the weekly look really good, and you have a really strong looking close, and then they just tear it all back down. It takes the whole move back. So I'd be very cautiously optimistic in this area. Me personally, I wouldn't be trying to hold the breakout long. I think 93 is definitely still a good target. Kind of waiting on 85 to 88. And then I don't know. I want to see what happens there. Caught the last bottom pretty good, but I don't know if there's. I would think that there has to be some sort of moderate retracement before we go into price discovery. And it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weekly greens, 6 green weekly candles in a row.
But yeah,
And
how
that
many weekly red candles was that before that? Probably like a lot.
There's only the largest was 3 in a row. We haven't had
One of those
6
was a
green
doge.
weeklies in 6. When's the last time we had 6 in a row? Like, I don't even know when the last time that was. 6 in a row,
October of
not
23.
interrupted. Oh yeah,
October of
so
23.
yeah, October of 23 when we busted it up through 30K. That was the last time we had more than 6 in a row. We had 8 in a row back then. That was nuts.
Was ETH just gonna chill here at 2,400?
So there was a retracement after that, but it was like just mostly sideways range for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. 7 or 8 weeks before it really took 9 to 10 weeks to actually break up to a new high after that. But when it did, it broke to a new all-time high. So I don't know. Even if we reject here, then I think it should still, no matter what happens, it should still see a new all-time high within the next 2 months. And I'm trying to put seasonality aside completely, and the whole bias aside. I'm trying not to have a bias on it, but I mean, summertime, I don't know, summertime just always kind of sucks. It's already almost June. I guess some year you have your odd years, like the post-halving years. Maybe they're not so bad, but they're usually either sideways or down. It's usually not until like Q3 or Q4 of the post-halving year that things start to really boost up.
What up, boys and gals? How's it going?
Doing good, man. How about yourself?
Man, not bad. Just had some shrimp and fettuccine alfredo.
As soon as you said shrimp, that's the first thing my mind went to. Mm.
Yeah, man, I needed to eat, bro. I haven't ate all day. It was good.
That's what's up.
I want to hear that big buy coming, big buy coming.
At the moment, it looks like big sells coming in.
Oh,
Big sells coming in. Big sells coming in. Drop it, drop it, drop it.
This will be a surprise, guys. Alcantara.
Yeah, you never know, bro. It's a BTC. It's a bad BITCH. You never know what you're gonna do.
Or Trump and Putin are speaking in the morning.
Yeah, bro, and Ukraine, I think. My bad, my bad. Not on and Ukraine, over Ukraine. We also have flash PMIs on Thursday, and what is it called? What is it called? On Friday, there's the house earnings or single family earnings or something like that.
Housing development.
No, it's I can't remember what it's called, but it's single family, like new housing that how many were sold in the last
Yeah,
month.
like new home construction or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
What's the shortcut to paste something?
Control V.
Yeah.
If you're just
Oh,
trying to
thanks,
paste
guys.
values and it's in Microsoft, you can hit Control Shift V.
Big
Nah,
Pine.
I was just trying to paste something in the Pine script. Thank you, guys.
Anytime.
So hit Windows V, you get a clipboard. So you can, well, you have to set it up the first time you do it, but after that, you can pick any of a number of things that you've recently copied. Makes life really easy.
Oh no, what happened? 2 problems. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, Windows V. First time you do it, you have to just set it up, which is super easy. You just click OK, and then it'll give you all of the things that you recently copied in a clipboard, so you can pick and choose from things rather than only getting the very last thing that you copied.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Actually pretty amazing. And then you can even pin some to the clipboard. So because every time you like close your browser, it erases and starts over. But if you have the pinned ones, will stay.
Do you
So you always have.
do you watch Minda Tracy?
Who?
She's like an Excel guru. She had a video about that not too long ago. It is
Oh,
really amazing.
no, I used to live with a computer expert, like genius type level, who taught me a lot of tricks.
I got you. Yeah, no, it is. I know whenever I need it, I'm gonna forget that it exists, but it's always good to remember that those little things exist now. They've come up with so many things. Like Microsoft Office has come up with so many things. It's freaking awesome. Like I do things now that I sit back and I'm humbled because I remember how I used to have to do it, whatever the task may be, and like how much quicker and easier it is and everything these days with all the new stuff they got. It's dope.
Once you can get in the habit of using the clipboard, Windows V, oh my God, it's a life changer. It's amazing. And especially that you can pin some so they're always available.
I feel like just poking ETH. Can ETH just do something there?
Anybody watching the order book?
It's time. Yeah, what's up?
It just they're just moving stuff. like any time we're in a place like this where it's just up, down, or whatever. I
Yeah,
don't know.
he just cleared everything from the top
Right.
and they moved to bottom. So there's nothing left on the top, I guess.
Yes, you are right. It's clear.
Yeah, seeing
It's
all the
clear.
space up underneath this kind of concerns me. Not really, but just want to make sure I'm ready.
Now there's only 598 Bitcoin left at 80,000. They took all of them.
I was just talking about looking at it on the 1 minute chart, but that is good to know.
Wait, what happened? They took how many Bitcoin from where? You said they took 5,000 Bitcoin from 89,000.
No, it's on 80,400 and something.
Well, what is that? What does that mean? They took it like they removed the order.
No, it's the buy order. It's
Oh,
598 Bitcoin and 81,076.
that what you're saying? That was removed.
Yeah, that was removed. There was a couple of thousand on the top. We just took it. We just took it. So there's
What is?
nothing left on the top.
What does it mean that it was removed down there? Is that like a bullish? Do you think
Because
that's bullish?
every time the price goes and up and down, they keep moving it. They keep moving it.
Yeah.
It's just like if well, I'm looking at it on the 1 minute, but they've moved all the buy orders basically out from under us on the 1 minute. So if price starts to go down and those buy orders aren't bought on market or put back, then it's just a free fall. But I mean, it can go the other way too, and they spoof it and all that. So I mean, I wouldn't rush to any like conclusions on it, but certainly something to keep an eye on. In my opinion, on like in a moment like this right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now.
And I've been riding this long on weeks from 74K. And I was trying to short up here and accidentally hit long. Messed up my whole entry. Solana's finally waking up. Push, Solana, push. So it's Fartcoin. Fartcoin's waking up. Hot cat. The only thing not waking up is E.
Okay, the futures filled the gap. I don't know what direction it's gonna want to go, but I'm sold in my short.
Come on, ETH. Needed to push here.
I got licked. I thought it was time to short.
I think dominance, Ethereum dominance, the price just crossed the 50 on the 5-minute. The 5's coming up to the 50 now. Of course, Bitcoin's bouncing off the 50 on Dom right now. So we about to find out.
This is it. All-time high for Bitcoin. We're gonna do it. That was good hopium, huh?
Yes, thank you, Tana.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let me know if you need me to light some sage or some incense.
I think that was good. We're good. Now we're gonna hit all-time highs, and I'm psyched.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
All right.
Before I was just like kind of happy, but then you came on.
You
Now I'm
know,
psyched.
it's a big job, but I felt like it was necessary for me to step in.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sure I'm not the only one who appreciates it.
I appreciate it as well.
I do as well.
We're gonna be so freaking rich.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think BTC sees a new all-time high before the end
Whoa,
of
whoa,
quarter.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Not with
Well,
that attitude.
we are gonna be rich. Qui-Gon maybe won't be as rich, but
Qui-Gon, yeah, maybe you should ask your bot.
Yeah. Maybe I
ask his
should.
butt or bot.
Yes.
Yes.
No, she's talking about something in my server that I talk to. I have inappropriate conversations with.
Really? About your butt?
No. She said
Hey,
bot.
Qui-Gon, whatever it takes, brother.
Okay.
She said bot, not butt.
I said butt.
Don't put words in my mouth.
But we were talking about a bot. Oh yeah.
Let's go, boys and girls. Let's go, ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't so pumped. I was kind of nervous until you guys started speaking up. So yeah, great way to break the ice.
I'm gonna be the contrarian and say that I don't think that BTC is gonna.
That's good because if
I
we
don't.
were all
I
bullish,
don't
then
think. I don't think BTC will see a new all-time high before the end of quarter two. If it does, I think it'll be a swing fail.
when is the end of Q2?
June. The end of June.
Okay. It could happen. It could happen today.
It could. Yeah, absolutely could. I'm just saying that I don't think it's going to. But I think if it does, it'll be a swing fail. Hold on a second. We got the weekly close in 12 minutes, and it's about to be the highest weekly close in Bitcoin history.
Bingo, bango, jingo, jango.
One of the only reasons that I think that we might actually hit it is because I also don't really think we're going to hit it. So maybe we actually will.
We have to hit it. It's programmed.
If I'm wrong, then I'm okay with being the only person that's wrong. But if I'm right, then it means I'm going to be the only one that was right.
But never forget, kids, if you're right, you're right. But if you're wrong, you're out. Oh yeah.
Look at all that liquidity up above us, though. It's just.
You're not first, you're last. Yeah, I mean, it was like that last year too. There was a ton of liquidity above 74K, and it kept putting in lower highs for 7 months. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not suggesting that it's going to be the same pattern as last year, but I do think we need a retracement. retracement.
Yeah, let's see how the Asian market behaves.
That's 6 green weeklies in a row. I think what we could do is sort of repeat something more like 2023. So
Yeah.
basically from April 10th, 2023 till September 11th, 2023. It was just sideways. I mean, really, this whole box, you could even count it from March of 2023 all the way to October of 2023. So that was the end of Q1, and then it was sideways for
Big buys.
Q2 and Q3, and it didn't break out until the beginning of Q4. Oh, but when it did, it went hard. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Big buys,
8
big.
green.
Let's go, Rockets, Rockets, Rockets. That's how it's done.
Rocket
Yeah.
Man! Oh yeah.
8 green weeklies in a row. That's 106.
Watch out now.
Yeah, they're trying to make this weekly look good.
They're not
Yeah,
trying.
well,
They are making it look good.
Let's
They
go.
do or do not do. There is no try, soldier.
Last game of the year. Can't hold anything back now.
I promised to buy 1 Satoshi if we hit all-time high.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll see you guys at $137,000 Bitcoin.
It's gonna be interesting to see what the ETH-BTC chart does right here.
Wait, so a sat right now is 1/10 of a penny.
Let's see how high can we go.
Where can I buy actual sats? Like not Bitcoin, but like have it put in there as sats.
They are sats, even though it's Bitcoin.
I know, but I want to denominate it in sats. Like I want to denominate how many sats I have, not BTC.
That's gonna
Sats
naturally.
original.
That's gonna naturally happen in the year 2029. 2028, all the exchanges are going to stop calling Bitcoin Bitcoin. They're going to start calling it sats. You'll see. It's just not going to make sense. People are going to be like, all right, I want, 100 sats now. And that's going to be almost, let's say $50 or $40, 100 sats.
Yo, Drew, I sent you a
talking about
DM.
50 years from now.
5, 6 years. Let's go.
Okay, one sat is not going to be worth $50.
No. I said 100 sats. I said 100 sats for $40.
So one sat's gonna be 50 cents.
Yeah, let's say one sat 40 cents. Now that's too much. You're right. That's if that's not even a cent yet. Let's say once that one
Bitcoin would be like 5 million.
Yeah,
like
no, once
$50
that
million
once that
or
1 cent. That's fair. And once we get once that at 1 cent, then we can start talking about other things.
All right,
There
so
you
then
go,
Bitcoin would
Doge.
have to be at $1 million. If one sat is 1 cent, if one sat is 1/10 of a cent right now, then Bitcoin to 10x and get it to 1 cent, Bitcoin would have to be at $1 million.
Total 3 is getting a huge pump right here.
Do I sell? Do I hold? What do I do? Do I sell? Do I hold? What do I do?
Nothing. Just watch it.
Woof. Stewie back at 393. Good
but
to
it
buy.
It looks like some people are selling though.
Oh no, just put in a new high for the day, man. So
Okay, I'll hold. I might even buy more here on the top.
It's the target for the 5-minute inverse head and shoulders on a lot of these plays.
what was my target? 108.5. I think that was.
Man, we're gonna blow past that all the way up to $137,000.
$108.4, I think it was. I mean the turf chart. What did I do with it? Yeah.
There you go, Doji. Time to wake up a little bit. Hello, puppy dog. Let's go for a walk. That's a good boy.
And you get ETH start pumping. Let's go.
Yeah, 108.366.
Ooh, it's interesting.
108.366. That's my
We just
target.
cleared the January 30th pump too. That we were up at 106,277. So we cleared that high, and I was like, I thought we might get a little rejection from the January 30th high, but we just blew right past it. The Bulls are back, and the Bears are in trouble. Hey, la, hey.
My Bitcoin's back.
What is that I smell? Do I smell cooked bear meat? Mmm, delicious.
Oof, it's eating.
Big buys coming in. Rockets.
That's a lot of volume.
Yep. 106.5.
That's a lot of damage. Don't get stuck.
All right, we got a little blow off toppy on the 1 minute here, and a little stopping candle, but I'm still holding because I'm loco. It's gonna take a lot more for me to sell this Doge.
Yeah, all we did is recover on the 5-minute, that entire dip. It's hard to sell when all you did is recover it.
I mean, these are kind of the moments I usually sell,
But today's different.
yeah, I feel something's cooking.
Oh no, we're less than a minute away from that weekly close. Come on. Bulls.
Doubles. Here we go. Doubles.
Doubles.
Doubles or triples?
Roquete. All right, that candle just came in.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The highest weekly candle body close in Bitcoin history.
We all did it together.
$106,407.60.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you very much. No autographs, please.
All right, now it can come down. Now it's just gonna come straight down.
Be careful.
Bigger buys.
Actually, no, I do think it could hit 108. I was saying I might try to short 108.4.
Be careful, because we're gonna squeeze all the way up to 137.
I don't think so.
Yep.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think so.
You see that little stopping volume candle there?
How little? How little are we talking here? Like 15-minute or smaller than that?
Yeah, it's on the Dbloc chart.
Oh, yeah. Not open his chart. Yeah, he's on the 5-minute.
Yeah, he's on the 5-minute.
I wanted to take a quick second to clear up some. You guys are moving and getting rid of our backyard pond. Before we built our original backyard pond.
By far one of my new favorite trades, this 3 candle, big vector up, stopping volume candle, and bullish or bearish engulfing. So
This Bitcoin monthly is just looking like it's ready to rock. I mean, if it breaks all-time high, guys, I mean, sheesh. Let's say, all right, 137 is a little bit crazy for a push, but this thing could push to 127 easily. Look at that monthly.
So the other measured move I have is 116.5, somewhere around there. 116,500.
All right. I'll give you that. I'll take profit at 117. How about that?
Well, the 1.618 fib, if you go from the previous all-time high down to the low, assuming that was the low, is 74, or however low we went. That gives you a 1.618 at 131,965. So basically 132,000.
Oh yeah.
1.618. But that's only assuming we break and hold above 110,000. I wouldn't even think of targeting that until you at least close a daily above 110,000. Maybe even a weekly. I don't know. I say daily at the least.
I'm starting to get in the cycle. Bitcoin back over $105,000. Twitter's going crazy. People are fumbling their barbecues. What do we do? It's Sunday evening. Oh my God.
Buy the dip. Buy the dip, dude.
Buy the pump. Buy the pump.
I just got some glasses from you guys and my eyes are going crazy.
Big buys, big buys.
Not that big, but we'll take it.
Oh, they're big. You don't see these buys? Yo.
Huge.
Here, someone just bought $890,000 Bitcoin, oh, $1.6 million Bitcoin, $4.1 million Bitcoin, $2.2 million Bitcoin, $555,000, $2.5 million Bitcoin buy, $1.9 million buy. What are you talking about? These aren't big buys. Let me keep on going here. Another 1.5 million, 1.8 million, 2.4 million, 2.3. Oh, that was a sell. 2.3 million sell. 2.1 million buy.
Holy
4.1 million sell. 1.5 million buy. What? $320,000 buy. $555,000, $929,000 buy, $900,000 sell, $900,000 buy, $943,000 buy, $213,000 buy, $1.1 million sell,
Keep that
$1.2
shit up,
million
Drew. Keep that
buy.
shit up. I got chill bumps.
$1.2 million buy. Oh, here we go. Big sell, $1.8 million sell. But then we got another $2.3 million buy. We got $533 buy, $632,000 buy, $480,000 buy, $296,000 sell. Oh, $1.2 million sell. Sheesh. Let's see. Another $1 million sell. $1.4 million buy.
Here we go.
No, that's not any of you guys, right?
I might have fat fingered something.
It's all of us.
I just put in 5 now.
Launch coins going freaking like parabolic.
Yeah, if it makes it all the way up to 108, I'd be careful there. 108.3, 108.4.
Yep, my finger slipped.
Oops. I just bought here too. Oh, God. Target.
Oh no.
All that Vaseline made
Pump
me
the
slip.
pump the pump.
Pump it up, baby. Pump it up.
Big buys coming in. Can we get $107,000? We're at $106,000, $888, $106,000, $900. Oh, yeah, we're still getting some buys. A little bit of sell. Yeah, nothing crazy. 106,000. Let's see if we can touch that 107.
Oh, there's a couple hundred X short liquidations right up above. I got 107.
Oh my gosh. Come on, 107. Let's go. 107. Come on, we right there.
These bulls is pushing. They pushing.
Rockets. Come on, fucking rockets.
Rockets.
Are we still going by this being the false move?
Yeah, it's just not over yet.
107.10.
False move all the way to all-time high, baby.
False
We going.
move, baby.
FOMO can override the false move.
Oh, yes, it can. You got a couple of slippery fingers at one too many times, you know?
No,
But I wouldn't count.
107.
Okay. I just flipped again. Sorry. Had to buy again.
Oh, you pushed it above 107.
Oh, we 107, 130. Nah, baby.
They're about to snatch the rug right out from underneath all of you.
Don't say that.
Somebody,
Why you scare me like
People-
that, dog? Why you scare me like that, dog?
somebody just went in 100X long.
right there.
If you're scared, call the police.
I don't blame them.
On that last candle.
Well, we're gonna have to liquidate him real quick, huh?
Right, I'm probably gonna do it, but then it'll probably keep going up.
I mean, it's not, with the momentum, right now it's like everyone's thinking it's like, yo, these bulls are gonna have the power to push this to the all-time high. We are right there.
Who
and
is doing that?
It's 8 o'clock.
Are you serious?
It's 8 o'clock, y'all. 8:09. That's what happens. What other market comes in at 8 o'clock? Is it China?
Asia.
Asia.
Don't make me dump this Doge. Come on, baby.
I took my profits on Doge, man. I can't hold this no more.
Man, you're supposed to ride up with me till 29 cents, dog. Where you at?
Futures are coming off.
What are you talking about, Drew? I'm $1.05.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. At least you're not leaving me hanging.
I'm in for the long haul, man. Long haul.
I just closed all my positions.
Just be happy your long call was it damn near 8 years ago.
I was looking at the market cap chart earlier when you started talking about him. Guys, I think it can hit $1 this cycle. I think it's gonna hit $1. This would be the cycle that it would do it. Or maybe we need another 4 years of inflation.
No, please, no.
I was hoping for 247 next cycle.
I don't know what's going to do that. It would have to be like not as big as Ethereum, but almost as big. It would have to be half. It would need like half the market cap of Ethereum.
But Ethereum's going to keep on growing too, so anything's attainable.
Well, I mean, half the typical money. Like, so let's say 450 billion is like typical for Ethereum. Would you say? Like non-bubble version of Ethereum. Okay, fine, market cap.
I don't think so, Dave.
Dude, ETH is getting some big sales.
400, like, yeah, I think like 450,000 is like typical for ETH, and when it's not in a bubble.
Dbloc got 300 people watching right now. Let's get it.
So half of that would be 225. So that would put Doge at like $2.25.
And that was because I was a little bit selfish. Accidentally released Bonnie and Clyde.
Let's get those likes up to.
So
yeah, like the page, like the page. Everybody, come on, man. Let's get this algorithm right.
It would really basically need half of Ethereum's market cap if it was to ever go, or if Doge was to ever be like $2.5, $3, like, you know.
Let me
It
put
would definitely need to outshine XRP. Like
Doge is going to be number one.
It would have to double XRP's market cap.
People are going to be like, diggity dog, how did that dog make it from first place what is going on in this world? Are we living in a simulation? Doge is in first place? Ugh, this sucks. Oh my God, I'm going to jump off a bridge. Ah.
Well, no, not Perth, but it would literally, if it was at, let's say, $2.50, it would literally be in third place. It would have to be in third place. It'd be Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Doge, and it would be above Tether.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
'cause
think Drew makes a good point though that everything, the total market caps of everything else will also move up if Doge is up there. So you may not see that. It still may be seventh or eighth.
Yeah, but for it to be a $250 to $300 billion market cap, it would have to be at the top. It would have to be in the third. It would have to be in third place.
that means Bitcoin is gonna be at 500,000 at that time. Yeah, tickle your brain around that one.
I think Sui has a better chance of doing a 10x from here than Doge does.
So no 500. Nobody's gonna buy Bitcoin at 500,000.
Not me. Well, I don't know. Maybe if this is a bear market in 12 years. If that's the bottom of the bear market in 12 years, then sure.
The fuck is on?
I don't know how many more decades that Bitcoin's going to have that kind of performance. So
It's the new money.
yeah, well, if it's money, like money is stable. Or
And that's
traditionally speaking, fiat currency goes down in value because it's inflated. Not that Bitcoin can be inflated, but saying like it's stable, not it doesn't perform like it doesn't 10x within a 4-year period.
Well, that's what they got Bitcoin for. Bitcoin is a store of wealth.
I thought it was money.
A store of wealth of your money.
Bit of a pullback here to take out those 100x longs.
Like, nice surprise.
It wouldn't be a bad idea if you're in a long, like on Bitcoin. You might want to feed some ducks.
Yo,
Or
where's
you can take
Dbloc?
a chance up to 108.
Buy big green candles, get big red dildos.
Wait, but if you like big red dildos, then that's a good thing, right?
I guess it's all perspective. You're right, Drew.
Yeah, right. Some people like that kind of stuff, you know?
I'm not into it personally, but I do understand.
1 hour's already turning into a gravestone, but it's less than 20 minutes in.
I got my next cash coming in on Wednesday, and I don't care what the price of Doge is on Wednesday. I'm buying more Doge on Wednesday.
Well, in that case, hit me up on Wednesday and I'll sell it to you at 10% above market value.
Word, I'll hit you up. What's up with that OTC, dog?
Yeah, let's go. I won't dump it on the market. Just send it to you.
Yeah, just send me the Doge first, and I'll pay you after. Okay.
If I send you one Doge, you'll send me two back.
Totally.
Well, holding that previous daily high so far. So let's put a line. Oh, wrong kind of line. $105,999. So basically 106. You want to hold above 106 at this point. Otherwise, might be in trouble.
Dude, someone on Binance has been going in. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's CZ. Like, he's just throwing in $1 million buys, like market buys. Bang, bang, bang. They're just popping out. 1.8 million. Oh, from OKX. Oh, someone gave a nice $1.8 million from OKX. Okay. But I'm just thinking, like, I've been seeing Binance pop in. It's like 1.2s, 1.8s, 1.2, 1.8.
Are
And
they
every time
long?
a dump.
Is it long or spot buys?
Spot buys. Or no,
How
I'm
do you see
sorry.
that?
These are let me see. These are on what am I gauging now? Hold on. Are these on perps? Yeah, this is an aggregated order book. So it's
on
combined.
CoinGlass?
Oh, no, on AGGR.trade.
Oh. $1.1 million.
Yep, that was Binance 1.1. Another 1.1.
Oh man, you see all those cells just come through. Oh my god. What the
Those are all 109. That was a robot selling all $190,000 worth of Bitcoin at once.
Oh my god. Yeah, you better I'd say hold that 106. If you don't hold 106, like I'd say it's a goner. You're gonna have to beat the ducks.
Man, this ain't nothing, man. We're about to break 107 soon.
Drew, there's a head and shoulders on the 5-second chart. This is serious.
I see that.
Remember Curtis Jackson this morning?
100 Curtis Jackson, yo. All right, I'm going to do something crazy that I don't usually do. I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to look at the chart, even though I should be taking profit because I got some big profits right now. I'm talking about big bags. But I'm not
Don't give it all back.
You should take the profit, Drew.
Nope,
Take
I'm
a
not
little
taking
bit.
nothing.
Take a little bit, man. Take a little bit. Take a
I'm
little
not
bit
taking
out.
nothing. No one is getting any of my Doge.
Beat
I'll
the
be right back.
duck. Beat the ducks, man. I'm gonna feed the ducks.
Yep. I'm already all dry powder right now. I'm just gonna wait for the bottom and buy some more of my alts. It's time.
I'm not fully dry powder, but I definitely I gotta sprinkle out. I'm like 40-50%. Like, come on. And that's on spot.
Oh, my spots, I haven't sold any of my spots because my averages are way down there.
I'm just selling the big ones. Ethereum? Yeah, like I really don't need it. So you could probably wick below, but if you close like a 15 or 1 hour below 106, I don't know, that might even be too late then. Be hard to tell if it's just a wick for a liquidity sweep. Maybe a 5-minute candle be a good first indicator. Closes with a 5-minute below 106.
Futures are bleeding.
Someone just bought $8 million worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah. I guess people leaving the big old market come into Bitcoin.
I don't blame them. I don't blame.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, feed the ducks on their flags. Like the S&P 500 has gone up more percentage-wise than it dropped from the all-time high. So it dropped 21.65% from the all-time high, and now from that bottom, it's up 24%. So if you longed that bottom, you're already up more than if you shorted the top.
And alts are selling off pretty aggressively. It's crazy.
Maybe they're trying to gauge what Bitcoin's gonna do and just get there before it does it.
Are we going for the CME gap?
Looks like Alter just retesting point of control on the 5-minute.
Who's buying the dip? Oh yeah.
We got the close. Yay. Andy and golfing.
I think Solana might actually take that low. The more I look at it, like right around 161. I think that might be the spot for Solana. Take all that liquidity. ETH actually might hold up a little bit.
Red Monday incoming.
What we thinking, Pete? Got too quiet after that point.
Yeah, people see the drop and they went silent.
Are we coming to CME Gap or to 100K where Dbloc can call?
I think for CME Gap, but during Monday we may actually see Red Monday. Keep in mind we were going up for about 6 or 7 days on the stock market, and it needs a little bit of a correction. We basically got past the record of up days. So last time in history when the market went up about 6 days was about, I don't know, about 12 years ago or something like that.
Jesus.
Yeah, so it may see a correction also, taking into consideration that the credit rating for United States was downgraded. It may have quite a big impact, and it was downgraded Friday after the markets closed, so it wasn't taken into consideration.
Appreciate the info, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, futures don't look that hot for the stock market.
Does anybody else think ETH's gonna rip here?
My personal opinion, no. It will just follow Bitcoin.
Yeah, we
Until
lost
dominance,
106, by the way,
yeah,
guys.
until dominance goes down, it will do what BTC does.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at Ethereum dominance, and I mean, it's basically at a bottom all time.
Yeah,
And
but
if dominance rejects here on Bitcoin, and I mean, we could just see.
keep in mind that even if dominance might go down and BTC also goes down, it takes everything down. So we need basically, if you want to see a pump on ETH or anything like that, we need to see what we saw last week. Something like BTC was in a range, keeping that price, and dominance going down. But if price goes down, dominance goes down, or price
No, I mean, I
goes
understand
down
how it
and
works. I was just wondering if
dominance
anybody
goes
thought
up.
ETH was gonna.
Yeah, my point of view, no. It will just keep going down with BTC. I don't mind. I just taken the short from 107, so I don't mind.
I think ETH is going to start ripping in exactly 4 minutes and 44 seconds.
I'll
Okay.
go with 8
Oh,
minutes
yeah.
and 88 seconds.
Bitcoin's going to find support in this area. People are going to be like, what? We're getting a bounce over $105,000? Is this insane or what? Somebody pinch me.
I would if I could.
Not too long ago, we were thinking we might get rejected off 99K. And we wouldn't even be up here. Some people were thinking 97K was the big rejection. Some even lower, but We're still here. And the bear meat is still cooking in the grill. Even though some of the bears and the bulls, you know, they go quiet once when price goes up, once when price goes down, vice versa. But we all know who's doing the cooking and who's getting cooked these next few weeks.
The cooking and the cook. Shit.
I usually play shorter term gains. Long term, yeah, I'm bullish. I still have an open long from 74K. But I'm still
So you agree?
playing.
So you think these next few weeks might be bullish, huh?
Not next few weeks, maybe 1 month or 2 months.
Oh, I
During
like.
the FOMC cuts.
I'm thinking we're gonna have a bullish early June, mid June. It's gonna be a little cleanup crew towards early July, and then right in early July when everyone's looking away and they're feeling wrecked, we're gonna pump again. I think.
Yeah, could be. Kind of matches my timeline, but we need to wait and see. I'm still longing it from 74K, so I took a little bit of profits there and there, but uh, I'm still longing it from 74. Not actually thinking of closing it until we hit an all-time high. So
Nice. Yeah, in my opinion, Bitcoin has that magnet right now to at least touch that all-time high, just to tease. If if market wants to do that, the market likes to tease, and I think either it's going to touch it or shatter it. But right now with the
yeah,
bounces we're getting, these are healthy bounces, even though we're shaking out a lot. And it's you can see we're making lower lows, but then on the smaller time frame, we make higher highs right after making lower lows. That's bullish. And just so as long as the magnitude of these moves keep on getting bigger, that should be good. Even if we stretch out and go back down to 102,000, 101,000, even below 100, I think anything above 97,500 is safe for like the structure to hold. So that's just my opinion.
yeah, that's true, and I agree with you. But I'm still scalping. For example, I took a short at 107.57. So the 107.057. I'm still trying to get a little bit of scalping of the downward trend on lower time frames, I mean. And I still do expect that tomorrow, actually today in my time zone, there will be quite some red in the market.
I said ETH dominance. I didn't mean ETH dominance. I meant BTC ETH. Sorry.
Ah, okay. Still the same. Nothing changes. If BTC dominance doesn't go down, basically it's still the same. You need to see a stable price in BTC. Then when you see a stable price and moving into a range, and then BTC dominance going down, then you could expect the alts to start pumping. Most probably Sol and ETH will be the first to pump and pump hard. We just got a confirmation on this last week when ETH pumped. BTC dominance went down, ETH pumped, so. But on a shorter time frame, for example, today I'm quite bearish on BTC. It hit an high, then we need to see a correction in accordance with the stock market as well. Just to create that spring motion so that you have a spring for the next move. But if we break 100K, that changes the equation. I don't think that will happen, but the probability is about 50 to 50%.
Oh, wait, anyone in here know what for XRP for tomorrow, the 19th? Are they going on CME for futures?
I don't think tomorrow, but I think it will be next week. I'm not sure of the date.
Okay, okay, very nice. Yeah,
I'm
someone.
not. I'm not sure of the date, so don't take my word for it. But I know that
And
next
you going
week.
on what now?
Sorry.
Oh, who's going on what now?
XRP on CME futures.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
posted some links in chat.
I wonder how far we're gonna pull back.
All the way.
Do you have a voice changer on?
I got no voice
Suddenly,
changes to my regular voice.
like you sound like Batman. Now you sound like Southern Batman.
I am Batman.
Yeah, XRP goes live tomorrow on CME Futures. XRP K5.
I'll be damned. I'm gonna short it.
But guys, take into consideration one thing. Usually when a coin or any asset is listed on a big exchange or whatever, listed anywhere important, usually it goes down. Then it starts pumping up. So the idea of actually shorting XRP for the listing tomorrow doesn't sound that bad.
I'll be short, man.
Asia.
So what's the update? What's the update? Okay. Bitcoin dominance back up at 64. Damn.
That was dramatic.
Yep, yep.
Good so far. That still might not be it. We still might have a higher high. Got at least 12 hours left in this false move up to really establish it. Unless it just come back and sweep CME now.
You got that weekly close body of the candle.
Oh, that's right, didn't we?
How's your steak?
It was good. I was about to run to the gym right now.
But yeah.
I thought it was alerts and it was like TPs going off and I was like, oh. Weekly. Yeah, look at that. Highest weekly close in the history of Bitcoin.
It's okay that you weren't here for it.
Nah, I told you YouTube exiled me, bro. They're like, when you leave it pumps, you gotta go. I was like,
Yeah, that's
all
right.
right, I'm
That's
gonna go
right.
eat.
You did it for the people. Dbloc, man of the people. I've been saying that shit for months now.
Nothing to do with that. My ass was eating.
I'm entering Dbloc for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Volatility is amazing.
Is that like the TV on in the background, Dbloc? Can't
Oh,
hear the
can y'all
fans.
hear that? Hold on.
I can't make sense of it, but you can kind of like hear it. I mean, I don't care. I'm just letting you know. Those headphones work or the headphones you got must be real deal though, for real, because you can't hear the fans, but you can hear like the TV when people are talking. Anyway.
What's the deal?
Yo.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
We're looking at them whipping around a 6-figure asset like it's a meme coin. Great.
Dang. Well, I was able to add to my spot position at a decent price.
That's what's up.
Now, will it ever keep going past where it used to be, which is over 10 on Beam? Hopefully the next time it gets there, it rips over it. It's been 3 times already.
Probably not gonna go to the gym, but I do gotta go to the store. Anybody need anything?
Yeah, let me get it. Well, never mind. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it though. Maybe next time.
No
Some
problem,
hot
brother.
Cheetos with lime, triple X, blackback.
All right, bag of chips. That's how I do. I just roughly get people like you'll be like super specific about what you want, and I get to the store. I'm like, bag of chips, right? Yeah, bag of chips. So with some ruffles.
I want a Big Mac.
You want a Big Mac?
Yeah, yeah. And fries.
Would you like fries with that? Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the beer to go along.
Oh hell yeah.
Man got me going to 2 stops.
Cold beer, that is. I can drink
Oh,
anything
sorry,
hot
Dbloc.
except cold beer.
McDonald's and beer.
Yeah.
Normally that's at like
McDonald's.
2 a.m. though.
No, it's like 4 a.m. here, so it makes sense to have McDonald's, fries, and beer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Anybody take profit on that last move up? Excuse me. That's a really
I
quick
did.
move. All right, good.
My alt kind of
I
ran.
did.
I definitely did. I fed the ducks. They were quacking hard.
Yeah, we were looking for a possible higher high. I mean, I'm still not convinced that we won't get another one, but that's good enough for me.
Yeah. I'm pretty much the exact same. Like I was thinking 108 might hit, but it's okay if it doesn't. And if it doesn't, I would have preferred to have taken profit here or above 106.
That was a nice, quick little trade when we were waiting for it to hit off of those downtrends and top of the flag, that stopping volume candle. Nice little quick trade.
Yeah, I managed to basically get back in at about 107.059 with a short on it.
Hmm.
And I was prepared to add to it if it goes to 108 and 109. But
I tried to
that
get
didn't
Dude to
happen.
feed. I tried to get Drew to feed the duck, and he's just like, "No, I'm walking away from the computer." I'm like, no, Drew, no.
My God, who's in charge of open my gulag? Motherfucker's a sniper.
Bro, you were getting screamed at.
By Dbloc, do you think that today, for example, we will see a red Monday? Because that's what I'm expecting. We have gone up in price over the stock market quite a lot of days and actually broke the record for green days on the stock market, as well as
Yeah.
Friday. I think that we had the credit rating for the United States drop, and that wasn't priced in Friday because I think it came out after the markets closed.
I think we're due a little bit of a retrace anyways. Everything needs to put in the right side of its W fractal, and then it's all-time highs again after that. But yeah, I think this week, 3 days for the most part, will be down.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting as well. Thank you for confirming my bias.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me run to the store.
But I
I'll be
still want
back in
that
like
Big Mac.
5 minutes.
Okay, but I still want that Big Mac.
I got you. I got you. I might
Thank
eat
you,
it on the
friend.
way back home, but I got you.
Oh, we're gonna get in some problems there. That's my Big Mac.
Let me get a 6-piece McNugget.
My bad, my G. My bad.
It looks like Bitcoin's finding somewhat support at that first all-time high we ever made on 104.7. He's bouncing from that area.
There's so much heat beneath us, though.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Nothing's gonna happen. Haven't you guys had enough volatility for one day?
Bro, whoa, you
If
just
you
made
look,
me
if you
jump
got
out of
all
my
excited,
chair.
if you got
I
all
never had
excited
enough.
right there, you have got to check yourself.
I panicked, dude. I didn't know what the hell.
Enough volatility
I'm,
for one day, guys. Enough.
man, that was a good one, Dbloc. I gotta give it to you, bro.
Got him.
Oh, that was good, bro. That was good.
What's going on? Everybody make it out of the okay? And get chopped up or anything?
Oh man, I was just like, oh man, do I need to exit out of my short or what's going on?
Not yet, but Dbloc, where's my Big Mac?
You see what happened was
That's not a good start.
Nah, it never ends good when someone says that. You see what happened was the way my bank account is set up, my checking is connected to my savings and my savings is connected to my checking, and it's just gonna take a couple days.
That's Kevin Hart.
Yeah, I got it. You needed to put some leverage on that Big Mac. I got
Mm.
it. I got it.
Even dominance got whipped around nasty, huh? That double top on dominance. Well, not double top, local double top, anyways. Go look at that. You think that it's crazy, right? Because it's Bitcoin. Look at the volatility on gold. Like, this is gold moving like this. So check this out. In the last what would it be? Roughly in the last 6 years, right? Ever since USDT dominance managed to get up above 2%, it's been a really good judge at when our tops are in. Right? Like if you look at well, let's do it like this. So if you look at the tops on this, one right there, or the bottoms, I should say, the dips. You have a couple of them right here. Right there. There. And two right here. Right, those are your dips. And we're getting one now. We're probably going to come down to the bottom of this range and break structure eventually. Now this is Bitcoin overlapping it. Now let's invert the chart. You see how this is called every major top since 2019? Down to the double top that we had here. You seeing it?
Okay, so basically calling for a new top.
Hold on, I gotta put your mic up. You're pretty low.
Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Hold on, maybe it's on my side. Isn't it?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, so basically we're starting to get at the new top to see a short-term reversal, then maybe the next leg up.
Yeah, I mean, if
This is
we,
what I'm reading from the charts that you're presenting here.
yeah, I would expect to break these tops, or in our case, right, drop lower. The inverse correlation that we're looking at.
Yeah. So it's in line with what we discussed earlier, the fact that we will see a few days of bleeding red.
Yeah, it's possible.
On the short term.
But
On the larger frame, we may still be in a bull run and still see an all-time high. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for Bitcoin going up and stuff like that, but I also play the smaller time frames. Oh, inverse curve. Okay.
You see it?
Yep. And you're working on the weekly. Okay, so this is
Yeah,
all.
I'm trying to include as
Okay,
much
okay.
price action as possible.
Yeah, I was watching that because if someone from the channel is watching this and they're expecting like, okay, tomorrow it will drop. Whoa, we go to bear market. No, it's a
Oh,
weekly time frame,
yeah.
and it's a different thing.
So all of these major touches on the bottom of this. I need a longer Bitcoin chart because I have a feeling that this is going to stay true all the way to 2015.
Yeah, most probably.
Oh, bro, I hate when this shit acts stupid. Do what I tell you to do. You're a tool. All right, you win. You win. I would have to assume that this is going to be way more effective for exits than it is for entries for several reasons. But I'm doing it just to check. All right, so you see what I mean about the entries? It would have had you buying every dip on the bear market on the way down. So you probably
Yeah.
don't want to do that. I mean, it does get you in on some dips. It got you in on COVID dip, and then a little
Okay, maybe
higher.
this is good if you're going to go spot, but
Yeah.
I'm going for
Yeah, and then these
leverage trading.
bottoms.
No, I don't think this is quite good
But
for
as far as the
that.
tops are, as far as the tops go, look, I mean, as far back as you go, top. That one was shaky. That called the very top. That called both tops.
It kind of called it quite good.
Yeah, it's
Tops.
pretty interesting.
After this, I know it's totally redundant to ask. Could we take a look at this? I know it's totally redundant because it basically does what Bitcoin does. So if we don't see dominance, it basically follows Bitcoin. But a short 30-second overview of that, if you don't mind.
What, dominance?
No, not dominance. Ethereum. Ethereum BTC.
Okay.
I know it basically does what Bitcoin does right now because dominance didn't go down, but
Yeah, hold on.
the
Now I'm
quick overview.
curious. Now I'm curious to see if our overlay works too. Alright, that got you on that top. A little bit early on that top. The very top on that. Not bad, yo. Not bad at all. Last 3 tops have been spot on. All right, so ETH. Pay no attention to these guys. They're just mad that Ethereum took off without them. So our stopping volume here hasn't been invalidated. I still think we're coming back to at least target 1 at 224, but that still has a chance of holding as of right now. Once it breaks, then we've already lost momentum. Target 2 is the 50 EMA on a daily.
Okay, so we're
these are
still
my
holding
2.
the 50 EMA, okay.
Yeah, we're like on the 13 EMA, just struggling to hold it, and the 50's right underneath us. I believe if we go to the daily, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see. We caught the 13. We haven't broke it yet, but once that goes, there's really nothing left but the 50 EMA cloud and these vectors underneath us.
Okay, that makes sense.
What's going on, Maddie? Weekend's been cool. Nice little comfortable type 1 weekend trap. Got some stuff done.
Basically making profits, but that's okay. No one needs to know that. I think we may go to the CME gap to try to close it.
Yeah, Asia's
Over
in
the Asia
control
session.
now, so
Yeah.
they'll clean up the mess.
As they usually try to do.
Mm-hmm. We were saying earlier when they come in, will they go after the licks first and then go after CME gap? If we turn the dead bodies on, it seems like that's exactly what happened here.
Actually, no, because if you look
Yeah,
at your
look, that
timeline,
was the squeeze right there.
Yeah, but the Asia session wasn't open then.
This was at...
No, it wasn't open. I
Yeah,
think it was
yeah.
Sydney session.
Yeah, right before. It's right at
Yeah,
here's where Asia session opened at top. But they took that big chunk, tiny little blow off top.
But the CME futures opened then, when you pointed out that thing there.
Mhm.
So the CME futures opened. So
Andy, can you take a look at the NASDAQ futures?
Yeah.
I'm in a short, but playing it on the macro. But it's 50 is so far away. I was thinking just an even retest of 21,000.
it has a falling wedge on it, but yeah, although it's based on news, so I think it's the fact of the USA being retrograded for the credit rating, and that's why I said that maybe today and tomorrow we will see.
Wait a minute, why does... Oh, I'm still inverted. I was like,
Yeah, I don't know
when
what
did...
whatever you thinking.
I was like, we just had generational gains on NQ. Why does my chart look like this? All right, well, I will tell you that this looked extremely bearish, so I would have to I would have to assume that this is bullish. Like on most things, legacy, we're looking for that right side of our higher low fractal. Right? So I still do think, just like everything else, that it comes down to its 50. Remember, the strong coins and companies have held their 13 on the retest, especially if they've already tested their 50. So we popped over the 50 here and we tested it already. So there's a good chance that we just check the 13. Either way, if it comes all the way down, this is it. If it comes all the way down to 20, you load up. Not financial advice.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too. Okay.
Yeah, because you got the 200 right there too, and
That's a lot of support right there.
A lot of people are going to try to convince you that this is a dead cat bounce because it's a lower high.
There's a
And
gap fill there too.
yeah, just ignore those people. You let those people know that bubbles don't pop in a whimper. Okay? Pop in a loud bang.
But it is a weird year. I'd say we could see some retracements. Volatility could get wild. I don't think it's a bear market though.
We didn't get the confirmation for a bear market yet, but yeah, I don't think it's a bear market yet.
I'll give you bull case, bear case, base case. This is your bull case. In my opinion, obviously. This is your base case. And this is your bear case.
They're all going up.
That's what they all have in common. This is like a Bob Marley festival. What they all have in common is that they're all, in my opinion, going to end up at target one. Question is, how deep do we go? I mean, just look at price action on the, like, let's go big time frames here.
If you look at the actual NDX, there's gaps there.
Look,
There's gaps.
this 2010 best place to buy. 2011 when it hit the 200. 2015. And you had to wait 3 years again for it to hit again. 2018. 2 more years for it to hit 2020. But probably the best buying opportunity in a long time in 2022 and now.
Yeah, statistically speaking, the market always goes up. The only thing I would see right now is a global recession or 1930 recession, like to everything to basically collapse.
Yeah, everything's gonna go
But
to shit. But our question is, does that happen within the next 5 months or not?
I don't think it will happen within 5 months.
I don't
or
think
not,
so either. I
but
think we stretch it out to
yeah.
the top of our bull markets on equities, crypto, on everything, even housing. And then when housing bubble pops, everything goes to shit. Everything's gonna go to shit anyways when the housing bubble pops. If you had control to sort of stretch out cycles and sort of line things up, why wouldn't you have everything go down at once? Make all the money we can now, run equities into the ground, get them shits as high as we can, commodities, cryptos, just pump everything to the moon, and then take profit as everything goes to shit.
Yeah, that's correct because basically everything is a domino effect.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure, and I don't agree with you of the housing market popping, because during the 2008 crisis, they actually implemented a couple of laws that forbid, for example, big banks
It
to
won't be the same.
invest in
Yeah.
uh
I don't think we get
AAA stocks that are
bank
not
collapses.
AAA and they have
Yeah.
B stocks and C bonds
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
No,
They
there's
kind of
safeguards
changed the
now to keep
regulation.
the same thing
Yeah.
from happening, but that doesn't mean that the cycle doesn't go down. The real estate
Oh yeah,
cycle is, the real estate cycle will go down. I don't think it's going to take the banks and everything with it, no. But I think when you add that to the stock market bubble popping, to the crypto bubble popping, and then the debt sort of bubble that we have right now that's going to hit super hard, it's going to feel just as bad.
Yeah,
to people.
I was watching another guy on YouTube. I've just seen this first video. He was saying something like, okay, we're gonna go up, Bitcoin will go up, blah 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 to 300,000, whatever, doesn't matter the price. And after that, he's expecting, as you are expecting, let's say a 2.0 dot-com bubble
Mm-hmm.
on cryptos and the stock market and everything, because we have been going up for quite a long time.
I've heard the thesis before. The reason that I don't agree with it, even though there is a lot of comparisons between the crypto move and the .com bubble, the difference is that we have a pressure relief valve that we hit every 4 years during the bear market. Right, so every 4 years during the bear market, we get rid of all of our trash projects. We get rid of all of our leverage. The stock market ran for a long time on the .com bubble without any sort of pressure relief valve, and the bubble just kept getting bigger and bigger, and eventually it popped. And they had to pay for it for a long time. But if you think about
I
it,
think
we
some of
do
us
that every
still
4 years,
paying for
right?
it.
Every 4 years, 75% of our coins go absolutely to zero, and nobody ever hears from them again.
Yeah, but not the larger caps.
Well, even the large caps go down 75%. If some of those
Yeah.
.com companies would have gone down 70%, 75% every 4 years, they might not have been as huge. First of all, they would have never made it because you can't do that on the stock market and people just lose faith. We're the only lunatics over here that something goes down 75% and we're like throwing money at it.
Yeah, we're like, oh, it goes to the moon, no
Buy the
problem,
dip.
my friend. Yeah, why did DCA?
All
We
right, so
are
I
still
still haven't found
considered.
a 3x leverage short ETF for Bitcoin, but I found a 2x. It's SBIT. 2x short leverage on Bitcoin.
We're just in a gully, that's all.
2x short leverage ETF. It's pretty cheap too. It's only $7.45.
But why don't you go with
I don't know what the expense ratio is.
actually going to exchanges and doing that yourself?
Because
It's
then you can
cheap
get
because it's a
liquidated.
bad option.
It's not an option, it's an ETF.
I mean, option in general.
No, it's cheap because nobody wants to short Bitcoin.
Exactly.
I'm already
Bro, I
up
just
4
come back
cents,
from
okay?
barbecue. You telling me we went back up to 107,000?
Yeah. Just for a minute.
I left a trade open. I was 116 in profit. Now I'm down to 30 in profit.
Oh shit. Yeah, it was a
That's
quick
what
move,
happens
yo.
when
You
you
had
kick it.
you had to be in front of them. You really had to be sitting here for that one, man. There was no catching that.
I said, damn, this is an expensive barbecue I just went to.
I watched the whole thing.
Be like
I
that
didn't
sometimes.
get shit done.
Yeah, but this is actually just building the string for going up, in my opinion. So if we go down 1, 2, 3 days during the week, that's no problem. If we hit 95,000, that's no problem.
Yeah, I
We
agree.
may even hit 92,000. That's no problem. It would be just the spring to bring us back to all-time highs. It would be a healthy retrace, and also keeping in mind that we are in a bull market, it wouldn't break the market structure. So it
I
would
just
still
want
be a
everybody to
bull
remember that
market.
though, because when we do break this CME gap, if we do end up going lower, they will try to convince you that the bull market is over. So it's just be careful when you're running around in the wild. Don't fall for the bullshit.
I keep thinking it's gonna go down there. I'm out of my position right now, and I watched the one that I want to get in on the 5-minute, and I'm just like,
It's a
even on the
tough
1
wait.
hour. Yeah, it's tough. But if I
Market
wait,
structure
I
is
could get
changed.
a 12%. I think I could get 12% lower
Yeah.
of a dip if I wait.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. You know how with W patterns, there's different types, like this. Is it the same with M patterns, I'm
Yeah.
guessing?
Yeah. Exactly the same.
So if we go and grab the CME gap, would that mean we'd be putting in a larger M?
You grab the CME gap and stop there, then no. But if we break, then yeah, you'd have like a topping structure here that would take you really close to 100K.
Gotcha, appreciate that.
Either
Yeah, but
way,
Dbloc. Oh, sorry.
the break of trend will, right? If we're gonna look for bearish structure, then you don't have to look much further than your wedge here, right? Except for that deviation above that fell back below. You could draw it however you want. But the measured move, if we were to take it liberally, depending on where it broke, would bring you down to those 100K levels. I'm telling you, breaking this uptrend and coming back down in this flag is bad business if you're worried about going down to 100K. Really the only thing stopping us from going down to 100K right now.
But correct me if I'm wrong. When in doubt, look at bigger time frames, and
Yeah.
basically you will not see any changes, just a range.
Well, if we take off everything on the chart and go to the 4-hour, right, you can see the structure that we're talking about. If it comes
Yeah.
down and it breaks 103.8, then you've got a pretty big volume gap in this whole range. But yeah, you haven't broken, you haven't got down past your SR flip yet. 104.7, 104.6.
What's that volume tool called? Or
The VRVP?
is that like in the indicator section or in
Yeah.
the toolbox?
Yeah, in the indicator section.
And it's VRVP or
Yeah, VRVP.
Thank you.
It's easy to find.
No, he's saying it wrong. It's actually VPVR.
Yeah, put in VPVR. And then when you can't find it, put in VRVP.
Coincidentally enough, I did that yesterday.
Is it by Trading View or by who is it?
Yeah, it's a trading view plugin or a trading view indicator.
You got to have a paid account on TradingView to have it.
Dbloc, you should try if like if you take say there's a huge pump, you take profit on the pump, put like 10% of that into one of these short ETFs. Because these things have gaps. I think that you can probably use your whole CME gap strategy. You could use it on one of these like every day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to apply that strategy you have, but I'm gonna try. Well, I might start doing it only on the weekend, and then if it works, I might try to do it like every 3 days, and then I'll try like every day to get some daily exposure. Because with these, so now I've got BitX, which is a 2x long ETF, and then SBIT, which is a 2x short ETF. Oh, also, I don't know who was asking, but the other reason why I would prefer to do it this way rather than do it on a perpetuals exchange is because with perps, it gets, if you get in a bad position, well, one, you can get liquidated. So even if you short at 2x, if the price pumps 50%, which that would put Bitcoin at like 150K, then you still get liquidated. But also, if you get stuck in a bad position and you're in a short on perpetuals, the higher it goes, the more expensive it gets to change your average. So like the more expensive it gets, like the higher the price goes, the more expensive it is to buy the contracts that you need, the amount of contracts that you need to change your average. So it gets harder to get out of a bad position when you're in a short. But with these leverage ETFs, you're averaging down. So like with the perps, you're trying to average up and it gets more expensive the higher it goes. Eventually you just run out of money if it goes too high. But with the leverage ETFs, you're averaging down. So if you get stuck in a bad trade, one, you don't have to worry about getting liquidated because it recalibrates and rebalances itself eventually. And two, you're averaging down. So the further in the negative you go, the cheaper it is to change your average entry. So it's much easier to get out of a position. So you can still like short Bitcoin indirectly, but without all of the extra risk that's involved. And if you get stuck holding a bad position, it gets easier to get out of it because you can change your average it's much cheaper to change your average.
No,
So
okay,
suppose
yeah, I understand.
Pig-
What? Go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
well,
I just
suppose
posted
Bitcoin goes up 100% in a single day.
I just posted my my
Posted
BitX
what?
trades. My BitX trades.
Oh, you got some nice.
Yeah, I ran up like 47%, something like that.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sitting
that's
on-
sick. I did pretty much the same.
What are you following? His
Nice,
weekly
dude. That's sick.
his weekly setup?
His he has this the CME gap. If there's a gap that prints on Friday, which there isn't always a gap, it's only if the open on like so the Bitcoin CME chart, if it opens at a different price on Monday than what it closes at on Friday, there's a gap. So he always tries to trade into it. But that only works for the weekend because it's open throughout the whole rest of the week. So, but with these other charts, they have gaps on them that I can potentially trade into more than just the weekend. Because there could be a gap because crypto moves overnight, because Bitcoin moves overnight. The opening and closing price could be different, and there could be a gap that prints every single day. And then if
I
it
see.
corrects, it could fall back into that gap or pump back into it. Either one. So if there's a gap left overhead, I can trade the BitX long ETF up into that gap. And then if there's a gap like underneath on BitX, but it's above on SBIT, then I can trade under that. It's like multiple extra levels of confidence. Plus, it's like 2x leverage, and instead of it being more expensive to change my average, it gets cheaper, and there's no threat
It
of
d-
liquidation.
it doesn't fill the gap like immediately at open, like market open.
Yeah, but on 2x leverage, you never gonna get liquidated, period.
Well,
Yeah, you could also long term hold it though. That's the thing. Like you never are at risk of it
Bitcoin
gets liquidated. It
drop.
can run forever. You know, you may not get
I
your
mean,
money
like, when
back.
is Bitcoin gonna drop 50%? If you want to hold a trade for a whole year or something, I could see that, but Bitcoin is not gonna move 50%.
Well, these are really for daily swings. That's what they're designed for, but you
That's
can
what I'm
hold them
saying.
for
Why
like
would
a
you be
month.
worried about getting liquidated if it's for a daily swing? If it's only
I-
2% levered.
Yeah. Also on the BitX, it pays out a 12% dividend per year. So if you are stuck holding it, you're still earning on it.
Yeah, it's
I
another
guess.
incentive.
Now the short, I
It's
don't
just like
think.
you could hold a swing trade for a month, but instead, so like you could just buy Bitcoin and hold it for a month and then sell it, or you could buy BitX, hold it for a month, and then get 2 times the gains that you would if you were just holding Bitcoin. And then you can also short it and hold it for a month. Like when you take profit on BitX, so you double the gains, take profit on BitX, get into a short on SBIT, and then hold that for a month. And then you get twice the gains that you would if you were just doing a 1x exposure, or like, because if you're on perpetuals, you can short on 1x and then just hope it doesn't go up another 100%.
But you also are paying fees on that also while you hold that.
Yeah. And the fees are crazy.
Yeah, I
I mean,
held
there is,
BitX in my retirement account for like 6 months. It worked out really well.
Yeah, I played it for like 3 weeks and hit that 45%. I was pretty happy.
Yeah, I don't know, I bought it when it was low. Then I sold it at like 95K. I bought it at like 40K and sold it at 95K. But it increased my retirement account way more than like the 401K chosen stocks.
Yeah, no, same here. It put me green on my 401k for the year. I mean,
this way I can trade in and out of it and not feel bad about selling my actual coins. Because every time I sell Bitcoin, I regret it. Like every single time I've ever sold it, I've regretted it. Actually, there was one time in the bear market where I sold everything and then it went down a lot more and I repositioned and I got more Bitcoin. But that was like one of the only times I didn't regret selling my actual coin.
like I've been taking the dividends off the BitX and feeding them into a short ETF, just because it's all gains. Just because I'm playing,
Yeah.
sooner or later going back down.
Is it BITI?
Yeah, BITI.
Well, dude, check this other one out. SBIT. It's 2x.
2x. Yeah, I'll take a peek.
And it's only $7. I don't know how well it performs because I think it's pretty new, but it's not actually like it's like a futures ETF. So
Yeah, the BITI is
Mm.
not futures; it's just indexed to Bitcoin.
yeah, it probably won't mimic the exactly like the underlying asset exactly, but I'm sure it will be close enough. I just got to keep an eye on Bitcoin and then I'll know when to take profit. And then if it fills these gaps, plus there's vector candles that print on these charts too that you can also look at. The only problem is that you can't really watch the chart too closely overnight because it doesn't really show it on TradingView, but on Robinhood Legends, you can watch the overnight candles.
Can't you trade BitX like 24/7 on Robinhood?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
you can
can.
trade it. You just have to trade whole shares. And it has to be a limit order.
But it's good to get the price, see where it's sitting at.
But yeah, basically the idea is that I'm gonna try to implement the strategy that Dbloc uses. That he says it's his favorite trade for closing the CME gap. So I'm gonna try to apply that to some different types of charts. I'm gonna see if it works on like the SOXL because I found the SOX that they have a CME chart for semiconductors. But so you can use the CME gaps. So like SOX1, there's a bunch of CME gap that's from CME but it's for semiconductors. So that the semiconductor sector. So using that chart, I can use the gaps on that chart as references to trade into. And instead of longing or shorting or doing a call or a put, I'll just buy the leveraged ETFs because there's semiconductors that have 3x leverage ETFs. There's SOXL, which is a 3x long ETF. And then there's SOXS, which is 3x short ETF for the semiconductor sectors. So I'm
Like
going to try to
bit
keep an eye on these gaps and see if it actually trades into them.
on like BitX, doesn't it just gap up and down for like the gap? Like how can you
Yeah.
trade that?
Yeah, you can't trade it outside of normal hours unless you're like Robinhood. So yeah, if you look at the chart for BitX, you can see it. You know, every day it's got the jump compared to whatever Bitcoin moved to on the off hours.
Yeah, I'm counting on it basically moving to fill the gap like during trading hours. And then once a new gap is traded, I have another point to reference. But once a new gap is created during closing out, during like, after market hours or whatever, or overnight hours, a new gap could get created and then I have another reference.
But does it seems like there's like an actual gap, it just gaps up and like at open it just starts wherever it would be in correlation to Bitcoin, it seems like.
Yeah, like it depends on what Bitcoin actually does. But if Bitcoin, so say there's a gap up overnight and it creates a gap on that chart, and then Bitcoin during market hours, like the New York session, Bitcoin decides to retrace, then if it retraces enough to fill that gap within the day, within the trading day, then that's where I would take profit.
Yeah, you can look though, like back at like May 7th, right? It gapped up and it never retraced back down.
On which one?
On BitX.
BITX, yeah. I'll have to go look at the actual chart for that. Because I already longed it and I took some profit on that. But I mean, so say there's a gap on BitX on the downside, and then you look at SBIT and there's a gap to the upside and they're in the same spot basically, then that's like a multi-confluence. Like you might be able to trade into that, especially if like the actual Bitcoin chart or the Bitcoin perpetuals chart is suggesting a move to that area. It's just a theory. It's just a theory that I'm working on. That's why I'm experimenting with it to see if it actually works. But if it does, then I might have found out something cool. Way that I can trade 2x Bitcoin 2x in both directions without any liquidation. And I'm not trading actual funds.
Yeah, like I'm basically hedging on the way up. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm continuing to buy BitX or hold my BitX, but as I said, take the profits off of it and move it into the short just until I can equal out. But it's only 1x short compared to 2x long. So I'm still taking risk. Because both values are pretty close to the same amount of capital in both.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Bitcoin usually goes up anyway. But so I mean,
I've pulled profit though out of my, my BitX and moved it into the short. So I mean, just trying to keep my numbers even. Because I have faith that Bitcoin's not going to keep going up forever. I mean, sooner or later we're going to have to get a decent retrace. But then I could be wrong.
what's weird is that the actual Bitcoin chart has made it back to 786 retracement, while the BitX chart has only done 618. It hasn't really quite made it back to 786 yet. And there was a
Yeah.
lower high on BitX while there was a higher high on Bitcoin. So that's a divergence. Track that
Yeah,
sort of thing too.
they don't match exactly. Like I sold most of my BitX at 95K, but I had a little bit left. Or I found some in some like random retirement account with $400, and I bought it for $400, and I was like, what the hell? And it's like the same price. It was like the same price last month as it was like at 40K last year. So there, I don't know. There's some kind of like,
Yeah,
what are
they have to recalibrate it because it's based off of like daily volatility instead of the actual price.
mm,
The leverage ETFs are like there's gonna be a huge, they're not gonna uh follow directly with Bitcoin.
you don't want to write them
But
down.
I mean, it's good. It's gonna be close enough for what I'm trying to do.
Why don't you take like a Dbloc Sunday trade with him?
Most Sunday trade.
See me close.
The weekend trap, like the false move. Yeah, well, that's basically what I'm doing. The only thing is, I don't know if it might go up higher. Bitcoin might go up higher tomorrow morning. And then there'll be a bigger gap left on CME. That bigger gap is probably more likely to get filled because it'll be an imbalance. The other cool
When
thing
you
is I can also look at gaps on the actual NVIDIA chart, and then that will give me an idea, a decent idea for the semiconductors sector anyway, because most of them are heavily weighted in NVIDIA specifically. Or
or
use it.
when you see it topping out, you could buy the inverse leverage.
Yeah, that's the idea. Instead of just going into cash, I've put like some of my capital, some of the gains that I made, put a portion of that into the inverse ETF.
Did you get a sore throat from doing the Batman voice?
No. I'm smoking a vape. No, it's just interesting stuff to look at. I know, like, it seems super complex, but my brain just works weird. Like I learn a lot just by watching Dbloc and listening to him, and then I take the stuff that I've learned from him and I try to apply it in other areas where I trade and see if I can make it work or add to my strategy or add to my edge. Anything you can do to add to your edge is a good thing. Just trying to add more tools.
I thought about
Become more
buying
profitable.
the inverse leverage, like I don't know, near the top. I mean, it's hard to call, but it would be harder to do trading. But I don't know. You seem to be better at like calling tops and bottoms. And you seem like you could do that successfully.
Well, not all the time, but sometimes. Like sometimes I'll be like a few days off, but a lot of times like I can call like a pretty like not like macro pivot but local pivot. Like I can call pretty significant pivots more often than that.
That's where the most money is made.
Yeah, I'm not really all that great at scalping because you have to be in and out, take way more chances, and you end up taking more losses as long as your wins would outweigh your losses. But if you, I don't like taking too many. Like I don't like getting stopped out a lot because then I start trading on tilt and like I get emotional about it and it kind of it clouds my judgment a bit. But if you can understand what your strengths are and play to those, and then if you still want to dabble in some other stuff here and there, just like understand what your like my forte is swing trading.
I've done so much better just buying spot and holding. I got destroyed and leverage just way too much.
Yeah, yeah, leverage is brutal. Plus, you don't have to like look at it all day, every day, and be sitting in a position and like wondering like whether or not it's going to be good or not. And because if it's not working out and you cut it, like you have to cut it, you're just like, oh wow, well I just wasted a bunch of time losing money. It's counterproductive.
It also sucks watching a round trip though 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, that's the worst. I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna say I'm only gonna trade for 2 or 3 hours, and then I get into a trade, and the trade is good, and then it round trips, and then I hang on to it, and comes back, and it's in the profit, and it round trips again, and I watch it for like 3 or 4 hours, and just to be like, okay, well, looks like it's finally breaking out, and then like I put my stop loss here, and I wake up in the morning, I'm stopped out, and I'm like, damn it, dude,
Yeah, right before it ran, right? That's the
yeah.
worst.
Yeah, or I wake up and it's like, I don't know. I could have gotten a better position with more money. Like there's been somebody telling me, oh, I should have just taken the $80 when it was there. Then I could have woke up, got into a whole new trade with more money and compounded the gains and would have made more profit on this next run. It's hard to know when to hold and when to fold them when it comes to perpetuals. So it's like it's really more for just like in and out. But I don't have like my mentality doesn't match with that very well. I like to have a theory and like see the theory play out and come to fruition. And like when you're risking getting liquidated, it gets really hard to just sit and wait something out. So like you have to put a stop loss, and then you're like, oh, okay, well if it goes here, then I'm wrong, and you get stopped out, you lose money. But then you end up being right anyway in the long run, and you're like, damn it, like did I put my stop like too? Was my stop too close? Was it not close enough? Was it like could I have repositioned and go through all these like shoulda, coulda, wouldas? It's like too stressful. Not worth it. especially like when if you're scalping, like if your win rate is sort of like less than 50%, it's like really no point.
It never works out for you, just like swing range trading.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, I
that's
don't.
all the time.
Yeah.
When I swing trade, it like it works out all the time. It's just if I do it on spot or I do it on like really low leverage.
Isn't that what you're
But
supposed to do? Or people are always like, no more, don't do more than 10x leverage.
yeah, even 10x, like depending on the coin. So I always say like the higher your leverage, the shorter the duration of the trade should be. And also like if you're on an asset that's like exceptionally volatile, you have to use even lower leverage to compensate for the volatility. Because like I mean it's easy to get blinded by like, oh, if this goes up just 10%, then I'm on 50x, I'll make 30 grand. Like it's so easy to get like blinded by that kind of like, but like understanding that the volatility could go against you so easily is like you have to take that into consideration. If you're trading a shitcoin that's super volatile, you don't have much room for error. So you get closer and closer to gambling, like the further down the towards the bottom of the barrel that you go.
I mean, and it's crazy if you think about it, because crypto is just inherently volatile. Is that you're just adding to the risk by the higher leverage you get.
Yeah, like
I
some
mean,
people I see like
sorry, go ahead.
trying to trade. Some people I see trying to trade like these shit coins that are like wicked low market cap that are super volatile on like 50x or 100x, and it's like, yo, what the hell? How are you even surviving any trades trying to like, you know what I mean? Unless you
I mean,
catch 50 knives and eventually one of them becomes the absolute bottom, and then what, you make all the money back that you lost getting stopped out 50 times.
I mean, the reason we trade crypto is because it's volatile in the first place. Why are you just adding to that?
Yeah, you don't really.
I'm
It's
just saying
already
that.
volatile naturally.
I'm just saying that because I just got wrecked in leverage. So, I mean, there are some great leverage traders out there. I'm just not one of them.
Yeah, me neither. I'm really not great at it. Sport, and I mean, like it doesn't. You don't have to look at it and be like, oh, I'm a bad trader. You just gotta be like, okay, well, it's just not my strength, because like my mentality, I know personally that like that whole in and out thing, very quick, like rapid, like in and out, like high frequency stuff is not my style. Like it doesn't work for me as well. Like I mean, yeah, I can make it work. Like I can make good trades, but it's like I'm not as successful doing that as I am at doing more calculated longer term stuff. So it's like I'm just trying to play to my strengths as much as I can. And it's like I still learn new stuff here. Like I learn new stuff every single day. I learn new stuff about trading. It's impossible to know it all, but I still learn new stuff every day that can help give me a better edge. As long as like it doesn't matter what type of style you have or how you trade, as long as you're profitable and you're always trying to become more profitable, that's all that really counts. And then like if you're doing something that like you think is going to make you more profitable, but it doesn't, and you end up losing more money than you would have wanted to, then you're like, okay, I need to reassess this and like try to figure out a different way. Most of the time, if you seek that sort of stuff out, you can find it eventually. Just gaining an edge in the market. That's all we really have. Just trying to gain an edge over other people or someone else. So you're playing against the whole financial system. So there's so many things to consider, and uh, if you can logically plan something out rather than just trading off of like the crazy impulse, like I don't like if I trade impulsively, then like it doesn't ever seem to work for me. Sure, there's loads and loads of people that it does work for because that's what they're good at. But for me, it's not what I'm really good at. And the whole trading psychology of it, it's like if you can find a balance where it's like you find something that works for you and it's not stressful. Like I don't have to be like that guy that's like, oh, this is so exhilarating making like 50 trades in the last hour, like in and out, in and out. It's like this is so much fun. Like that I don't have to be that guy,
The only time
I
I was
can't.
making 50 trades an hour was when automation was doing it for me.
Well, I mean, that's kind of an exaggeration. I can't imagine making 50 trades in an hour, but I mean, you get my point. I'd
No,
rather like
I
if
do.
I can.
Bet if I showed you like some of my Binance logs, you'd be like, "Oh my goodness, really?"
Mm.
Because they were like the smallest of moves. You know what I'm saying? I was taking really, small slices constantly over and over and over again.
Yeah, like I have a grid bot trading on Sui just to try to gain more Sui, and it's like it takes profit. Like the profit grids is like 1/10% or something.
Yeah, no, exactly.
How well does the grid bot work out for you?
I mean, it does its job most of the time, as long as the price is staying within the range and you've got volatility, it usually works pretty well.
Is it more profitable than when you, I don't know, DCA or whatever you were doing before?
No, like if I just DCA, it's probably because I'm holding for a long time, and I can make more money gorilla scalping than I could just using a trading bot. But the trading bot, you don't really have to keep an eye on at all. It like almost does all the work for you. It's not. It's like the profits are pretty modest. It's really more so to just like increase your holdings rather than make money.
You're increasing your coin count though.
Yeah,
Mm, that's good.
I mean
I mean, that
that's
makes
what I have
easy
it
money.
geared to do.
For me, it
That
almost
make,
felt like I was constantly, as price was going up, I was getting trapped in higher and higher DCA prices because I was taking profit back and forth. And so even though I was getting more coin, it pretty much equaled out. So when the price went down, I wasn't really gaining anything.
Repositioning is hard because you don't know whether it's a good place to reposition. You swing at it, and then like, unless you're ready to stop out and try to reposition lower and commit to a lower price, then
Yeah, no,
maybe like
100%.
sometimes
Yeah.
you have
Yeah.
to
If I was
sell
to
dead cat
flush,
bounces.
yeah. Yeah. If I was going to flush at the top, right, and then start all over again and wait for it to come back down and re-go, then yes, it would work. But it was just like, okay, well, I made, I don't know, just say I made like 10 Doge, right? And then it would rebuy on the next dip down, but then Doge would keep dropping and dropping and dropping, keep rebuying and rebuying. But because I had run it all the way up, as the price had gone up, my actual DCA price was still much higher than what the actual current price was. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I was still earning coin though. Don't get me wrong. It just it kind of all equals out in the wash.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like an accumulation bot and you're planning on holding that thing for like a year or two anyway, then it usually works out. Or even if it's only a couple months, you're like, oh, okay, well, this is where I'll probably just take the whole lot, you know? Sometimes it's if you can make like 5% extra, it's better than just holding the coins and staking them. Like if you could get a grid bot to work very well, it'll probably yield you more coins than it would if you were staking it. and you can capitalize on the volatility rather than just like letting it sit and do nothing, and your money is in the negative the whole time. Like, yeah, you're earning more extra coins, but from staking, but you're not really capitalizing on the volatility that way. You're just investing.
My average price of Biddy right now is at like 20.88, and I think the price is about 20.30. So, yeah, I'm only 58 cents down per share. Only.
I'm on 2040 or something, but it was because I had a little bit before it started.
I think I'm looking at somewhere around like a 100.8 for me to break even on right now. I wish there was a way in TradingView that you could line everything up, the current price comparative. There's no way to do it easily. Except like new pane and then try to match it up, time frames.
I'm at 2029, my average.
Yeah, that's not bad. You're right. You're right at it right now.
Yeah, so 2027. Are you using Robinhood?
No, Schwab.
Oh. So I was gonna say, if you're on Robinhood, you should try Robinhood Legend, and it's like way cooler than just using the regular app. It's like moving. It's like you're still in the toy store, but you're not in Toys R Us. You're in like a toy. You're in like a, for like preteen kids sort of toy store, not like baby stuff.
Yeah, I looked at it for about 3 minutes once. They just brought it back up. It is so much better though than the normal Robinhood.
Yeah, I mean it's still nowhere compared to like most other exchanges, but it's pretty good for Robinhood. I mean, Robinhood standards. So how many indicators can you add? I got 2 EMAs and RSI. At that. Oh, the RSI looks weird. It's all blue. The way that the chart moves is kind of screwy, though. I feel like they need to work on that. But just being able to have a chart with actual candles on it, you can watch the countdown. Really not much that goes on overnight, but I'm sure during the day it's much more lit. But these ETFs have pretty low volume anyway.
Yeah, really low volume is the XXRP. That's the 2-day long on XRP.
What?
It's a XXRP.
No way. Oh man. I didn't know this was available. $35. Why is it so expensive?
Yo, most alts are showing head and shoulders right now. Yeah, nasty dip coming.
Yeah, I think so. Is there a short for this? Is there a short for XRP?
I don't know. I've never looked for one. This is just something else I threw money at.
There's a short ETF. I'm definitely buying it. This is 2x leverage.
Yeah, 2x. This is 2x long on the daily though, so it's pegged directly to the index. I don't believe this one is off of futures. Because you got to look at like the BitX. It follows like the monthly futures, like 2 months in advance, or a month in advance and 2 months in advance. I think this one's just again index.
It says that ProShares plans to launch a short XRP ETF and intends to debut as soon as April 30th. If that's already past April 30th. Do they mean next year? It's 1x exposure. It says there's no ProShares does not have any ETF launches scheduled for April 30th, but the funds may launch at a later date. But somebody was saying, I think it was Felix was talking about how they are going to XRP is going to be released on the CME tomorrow. So probably use gaps on that, just like the way that we've been doing it with Bitcoin. CME Group is launching XRP futures contracts on Monday, May 19th, 2025.
Yeah, coming in
Finding
tomorrow.
institutional and retail investors, the regulated avenue to engage with XRP. So 2 contract sizes are available: a standard contract representing 50,000 XRP and a micro contract representing 2,500 XRP. Well, I'm probably gonna short XRP tomorrow.
You think XRP is going to go down because of the CME futures?
Yeah, I want to see how it opens and how it acts and stuff, but yeah, I think it'll go down.
Short XRP now.
I mean, I wouldn't do it right now.
I was joking.
Oh, I mean, you are you already in a short?
No, I was kidding. Like a chant, like short. Never mind.
Look at XRP.
I was cheering on an XRP short. I like shorting XRP. But no, it just dropped a bunch.
Has anyone gone to the movies lately?
I don't know why. A few months ago?
I don't know.
What did I see? I don't even remember.
Shorting XRP might not be a bad idea, as they're going live on CME futures tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
So
Yeah, I
when it
think
goes,
we all heard about it from you. Sorry,
and
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so it's going live tomorrow. Is there like a specific time? I couldn't find like, does it just go live in the morning, or how does that work?
Probably. Probably once they open, you can start doing options or whatever. But it's basically like leverage, like the contract. There's standard contract representing 50,000 XRP, and then a micro contract representing 2,500 XRP. It doesn't say a specific time.
Yeah, I couldn't find the time either. That's why I was asking.
I'm guessing.
Very
it's just
interesting.
open. You could probably already do that stuff on Coinbase. I'm not sure, but I would guess they could. I just don't mess with their futures contracts because I don't understand them. Not gonna wreck my account trying to figure it out. Consume, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm hiding out. What's up?
Dude, so do you know what the pattern day trading law is like for overnight hours?
I think it's
Like,
still
can you
3.
buy and sell?
No, I don't know there.
Doesn't it tell you like on the upper left or right? Mine says 3.
I don't know. I'm gonna try it right now. I'm gonna sell one of my BATI and see if it gives me a warning. Because I have a bunch of SBIT already now too. Net 37.
Do you want to say hi to Discord? No? I'm just gonna pray at me. The CME Gaps closing here. Somebody.
XRP have a bullish 3 drops pattern? I could check it.
Bullish 3 drops like a dragon pattern.
3 drives.
3 drops. Oh, 3 drives. 3 line strike.
Hold on. 6973. No, it's just called bullish 3 drives.
Is it a candlestick pattern or a chart pattern?
It's a chart pattern. It might be considered a harmonic. I'm really not sure.
Can you put like a picture of it in general?
Maybe. Sorry, I think I just saw it right as it just turned around there. Well, I say it turned around. It didn't really turn around, but you know what I mean.
Call it a thing.
Let me see if I can do this. Oh, crap. Hold on.
What the hell? The CME chart is moving.
I don't know how to do this on my iPad. Alright, it can't be that difficult.
Yeah. This is kind of starting to look like bad news bears for Bitcoin. Oh crap, I forgot I wanted to make a late night necklace run. the bear, big old nasty bear div on the 15-minute. I thought it was gonna go all the way up to get that liquidity at 108. Didn't quite make it though. At least it hasn't yet.
Okay, that was difficult. All right, I just posted in the free the voice chat.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Free the voice chat. Are you posting the bubble chat?
I'm, I don't know what it's called. It's like the
Yeah.
one in this chat room or whatever.
Yeah. And
Oh,
that's on
actually, it
the
looks like
5-minute.
Bitcoin has the same shape. I I did it on my iPad, so the numbers should actually have a 1 preceding them, not a 0.
That's Ethereum.
Yeah, I know.
I thought you were talking about XRP.
Oh, if I said XRP, I didn't mean to. I wouldn't doubt if I did though. Sorry.
I thought you were gonna put like an example of what it where you found the pattern.
Oh, well, I mean, it's literally in trading view. It's literally under patterns. It's it's the 6th pattern down under patterns in trading view. 3 drives pattern.
I'm gonna try to do the 3 drives. Reversal.
Hey, Crazy Trade, what are those green boxes you got there? They're just like supply and demand ones you put out?
Well, just
The ones that say supply and demand? Which one?
No, the green one, just like at the bottom, right by the POI. You know, right where we are right now. That green box we're in.
That's Sydney.
Oh, okay, just market sessions. Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
and the one at the top is Tokyo, and in the middle is Hong Kong. I need to make them dimmer. I just haven't gotten around to it. Plus, it keeps
Gotcha.
resetting all the crap on me.
Looks like Elliot lives.
Dude, I was gonna ask, does that happen a lot? Cause there, I've had to do that. It does reset quite often.
It's a bitch, dude.
Not as much as Excel.
Hey, easy on Excel. Excel's my baby. I never have to reset Excel.
No, you just have to reinstall your computer.
What do you have, a Mac? Just kidding.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Do you actually have a Mac?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. There's your answer. I was being facetious, but yeah, no, that's why.
No, you never have to reinstall on a Mac. You just throw away your Mac and buy a new one.
There you go. Yeah, if I was using Excel, I wouldn't use a Mac. Like if I had a Mac and that was the computer I used and I needed to use Excel, I'd have another computer. Personally. Is anyone familiar with a 3 drops pattern or
It looks like Elliott wave, dude, like an A B C D E or like a 5-wave down pattn with a reversal back up once the 5-wave pattern is concluded. But I look at that as like a 5-wave corrective pattern that ends up putting in a higher low, and then that's where the reversal comes about, where this just says it's a reversal pattern period, and it just shows the
Yeah, I would
basically
Yeah, I
3
would
waves down
imagine
after 2-day cat bounces in the middle.
I would imagine it's gonna make a higher low, but I'm always wrong about this stuff. Not the higher low part, but what I'm about to say. So just know I'm always wrong. If you want to fade me, probably a good idea. But not financial advice. If that bullish 3 drops plays out and then this other pattern plays out, I could see us going here to I could see us going to 2650 on Ethereum. It's just it'll fall off a cliff in a second. So using any type, you gotta have tight stops with here. My invalidation is there's actually a W that was made, like Dbloc charts. I don't know if he would approve of it, but the one that I made, the invalidations on Ethereum's at 2373. And so if that 3 drives actually played out and reversed, I wouldn't be surprised if it made a higher low. But as long as it doesn't come back, if it does make a higher low, and as long as it doesn't come back past 2415, then the uptrend should continue to about 2570. I mean, excuse me, 2650. But like I said, this stuff never plays out, so that 3 drives pattern probably will play out, but all the other stuff I don't know. Dang, I never catch those 3 drive patterns.
Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
know
I
how I
think it
spotted
is
that.
kind of like a sort of a like I mean, I think it's all just reinventing Elliott wave, but this whole like there is something that mentions a harmonic setup and then or how it's related to harmonics.
Yeah,
See,
I'm
this
not
is
too
what I thought
familiar
you were
with
talking
Elliott
about.
waves, so I wouldn't have a reference point. But that's okay.
If you go in here, I'll put it in the bubble chat. Let's see if that
Oh, nice,
actually. Oh,
thanks.
never mind. That's the wrong thing. How do I? Copy image. That's sort of a dragon pattern where I mentioned you talking about a dragon pattern. But that looks like there's a higher low afterwards instead of a lower low for like a 5th wave down. It puts a higher low in first.
Ahead
And then
is the start of the 3 drives. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it could be like it seems
Okay,
like
I'm
it's
just making
something
sure I'm looking at it
similar.
right. Oh,
That's what
shit.
I thought you were talking about, like when
Oh,
you said
shit.
3
That makes
drives.
so much more sense to me. I bet that's what happens because I know this thing wants to go lower. I know it does because I know it wants to go up. Damn.
Oh, I mean, the key would be the first you get that higher low, and then you break that trend line with the candle body close, and get over the hump. You get the tail. and then the whole rest of the tail plays out. It shows there in that example to put your stop loss below the previous low, and then your entry is the breakout, and your first take profit is the hump, and then the second take profit is the head. So the hump being the first previous high, the head being the second previous high further back, and then I guess you can leave a runner for the rest of the tail to play out, and then that would be your third take profit higher up. Sort of like a breakout of the trend line. It's really just a trend line, though. Break the trend line. You break past the hump, make a higher high, consolidate, and then push up again. But I mean, that's just one example. There's a ton all over the internet. That was one of the least messy ones I could find.
What's like the dragon pattern? I hadn't heard of that before. What's that like? Is that like in some type of classification of patterns where I can
No,
find
I mean,
all of them?
I just think it's like again another like reinventing Elliott waves.
Okay, so I'll just look up Elliott waves then. There's a lot of homework I got to do. It's just hard with work and everything. And then by the time I get to looking at the charts and then with work, it's like I don't have time to do as much homework as I need to. Like I need to go through the Discord and look at all the educational stuff.
I mean, check this out. It's kind of just like a W. So it says a dragon pattern is a W or M shape reversal pattern, which resembles a Chinese dragon. This I don't really see it, but this pattern indicates that in the near future, the market is about to face price reversal. The reversal is either bullish or bearish. The bullish and bearish nature of the dragon depends on the shape of the dragon. More important components of the dragon: head, feet, tail, hump. The head of the dragon is the beginning of the dragon pattern, indicates the prior trend. In the case of a bullish dragon, the prior trend is bearish. On the other hand, so you've got you're trending down. On the other hand, a bearish dragon forms above a prior bullish trend. So like if you're in an uptrend, you're reversing the uptrend into a downtrend. So that's where it starts. The feet. There are 2 feet of the dragon. The positioning of the feet is so the second foot is a little below the first foot. The second foot is bigger in size, the reversal is usually greater. In the case of a bearish dragon, feet are formed in the inverted position. So we can skip that. Hump. It is a slight rise in the price compared to the feet of the dragon. It is located between 2 feet, but at a higher level. In the case of a bullish dragon, in the case of a bearish dragon, the hump is below the feet. So I mean, okay, so then forward. The tail is the last point of the dragon's body. It is the point where a breakout in the market takes place. In the case of a bullish dragon, the price begins to rise after the formation of a tail. The market begins to take new highs, and the bullish sentiment takes place. It is the time when the number of buyers begins to take over the market. So, I mean, all that said, Dbloc could have told you all that by just drawing a W on his chart and saying, here's the W. If it breaks out past this point, here's the measure move up here. You know what I mean? It's like sort of like he would have looked at it like in a much more simplistic way and said like, oh, here's the W pattern. Here's the neckline. If it breaks out here, there's the measure move. But I mean, a lot of these types of like patterns and strategies or whatever that people look for, they give different names to basically the same thing. And sometimes like it just gets way overcomplicated. It's good to know like the terms and stuff, but all you really got to know is the shapes. I like being able to recognize them visually. But then, so these 3 drives, this 3 drive pattern just kind of looks like a corrective 5 wave structure, like with 5 corrective waves, and then you end up reversing from that point. But the 5 corrective waves in Elliott wave structure usually happens after a 5 wave up structure is completed. Then it does 5 corrective waves down. And if it makes a higher low at the end of those 5 corrective waves, then you get a reversal to the upside. In a lot of cases, unless it fails, but and then there's certain criteria that it has to meet, like making a higher high and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. I mean, it's like it's a lot of stuff to dig into.
I got you. I got it
But
validated.
all right, well, sold one of my BITI, but it didn't give me any notification of my if it was a day trade or not. How do I know if it counted as a day trade? Like, how do I even keep track of that? Yeah, but it's overnight hours, so I don't know. Yeah, like I bought some shares of the ETF, and then like I try to, and then I sold one of them, and then it usually comes up with a notification that says like, "Oh, that's 1 out of 4 day trades or whatever." Yeah, but I didn't see it just then, so I don't know what the deal is. The order went through, yeah, but I don't know if it didn't tell me that it counted as a dual trade. So I have no idea. I'll find out though. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a drive real quick.
Dude, did Bitcoin just fill the CME gap? Dude, alts look like they're about to just move. So stupid, bro.
That's
So
what George
stupid.
Strait said one time.
There's no, I don't even know why we have alts. It's just be Bitcoin. If this is all, they're just gonna trash alts every second they can. Everything else is just a trap to steal your money.
Well, you're giving it to somebody.
We actually could come down here, tap CME gap, close it. It could hit on my invalidation on Ethereum right on it. Reverse and bounce up. I mean, I shouldn't be talking hypotheticals, but anyway, sorry.
CME futures are dumping. NASDAQ futures.
Actually, after that 3 jobs is invalidated, I looked at it again, and then you could just it doesn't. It looks like a new one formed. Just to be fair. Is that a blue vector? Oh shit. Come on, baby. Give me what I need.
It's funny. I got like 6 different assets open right now. And it looks like whack-a-mole. Every time one inches up, it gets knocked right down.
Right now it's completely filled.
Hello. Yes, this pennant on Bitcoin was a big fake out. That's what it looks like, unless it holds here.
Oh, Biddy.
back in the trenches buying Solana meme coins.
All right.
Seeing a little bit of life, a little bit of life.
This is what I was saying. If we lost 106, you should probably feed the ducks.
$98, here we come.
I'm seeing some life and whiff. Usually if some memes start getting some bids, I get a pop.
If they do, I will short them.
But whiff looks like it has the biggest drop though, so maybe that's what it is. Whiff looks like it would go down to like 80.
I bought this meme coin called Time, and it's the orange circle that Bitcoin has, but instead of a D, it's the tether key.
Oh my god, dude, that was like a huge thing back in the day because Elon put out a tweet one time that said time is the most valuable currency, and that thing pumped like crazy.
Yeah, there's a new one around the block now. Yeah, it's in the banner. It says Time, the ultimate currency. It's at 3 mil right now. I already took my initial. I don't know when I'm gonna take the rest.
Wait, this is supposed to be a new one? This is a
Yeah,
new
it's
one?
like a new one. Yeah.
It's on Solana?
Yeah. I feel like it could be like something like a tit coin. That's what it seems like to me, but I don't really know. I might just take my full profits and roll it somewhere else.
Yeah, I wouldn't stick around on them things too long, bud.
I'm gonna take my full. I'm gonna take the next 75%, and then just 2x leverage it somewhere.
Just need one sharp pop here, dude. One sharp pop. Now or never. Now or never for the pop.
Pop up or pop down? You're talking about pop down, right?
Nah, I'm hoping we get a pop up, man.
Okay, yeah, me too. Me too. I like
But it looks
I
like,
like
I mean, it's at the line. It's at like the neckline where if it loses it, yeah, I think alts, especially alts. I don't know how far Bitcoin maybe won't go hard that far down, but alts might just go down like 10-20%.
What if you had
Um,
unlimited time?
time to close Bitcoin shorts.
No. It's not that time yet.
It's really decisive.
Wait for 98.
Oh my God, it's still going down. And my short is printing. Let's see. We losing support here? Yeah, aren't we? Okay.
Man, I'm still seeing strength in Pepe. I feel like we're about to nuke. Pepe would be nuking fast. That's not.
Yeah, I love going to McDonald's right before they close because they always give me a ton of free shit. I ordered 2 6-piece chicken nuggets. They gave me like 30 nuggets.
Don't they have like an adult meal, like a Mighty Kids meal, where you can get like a bunch of nuggets?
I have no idea, but I just got a bunch of nuggets for free. That's all I know. One time, I came right before they closed, and they were like, "Do you want some pies?" And I was like, "I guess so." They're like, "For free?" And I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "We're just gonna throw them away anyway." So I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take them." They gave me 12 pies. They gave me like
Well,
6 apple pies and 6 of the cherry pies or whatever. Or the strawberry cream pies, whatever. Yeah, they gave me 12 pies. They were all like fresh.
I don't think I've ever had those.
Oh, they're damn
What'd you
good.
do with them?
I ate them.
All 12?
Yeah, buddy.
I have a friend who always orders the Mighty Kids meal because they come with like an adult toy, and she was collecting them. I think it comes with like
Oh,
20 nuggets.
wait a minute. An adult toy?
Yeah, hold on, pause.
I got a
They
friend who
were like,
collects them too.
I don't know, they're like these little figurines.
Is there a button you can press and it shakes and vibrates?
No.
Batteries not included.
It comes with a charger.
Yeah, everything's got lithium ion now. But yeah, that was like the worst. That was like the worst friggin' phrase you could hear as a kid. As like a 6-year-old kid, like your worst nightmares you heard no batteries included or batteries not included. You get some dope ass present for your birthday and you open up and you're like, oh yo, this is so sick. And you go to take it out and use it. And on the package it says batteries not included.
I remember that happening.
And the person who got it for you didn't buy batteries.
Dumping, 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 dumping.
I know, I'm glad I didn't close the short.
Had anyone heard from Drew? Someone needs to check on him.
What, is he long or something?
He was really hyped when we were breaking up. He was like, he's like, I'll take profit. I was like saying some like bullish price targets, and he was like, all right, I'll take profit at 116. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, just feed the ducks. I'm like, please just feed the ducks. And then he's like, nah, I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna walk away from the computer. And then
He'll get
he
it
left,
later.
and then he didn't. He hasn't come back.
Man, I want some canes right now, but it's 20-minute walk. Dang.
Maybe he's having a really good time or sleeping.
ETH has been pretty fast for me lately. What should I
Can't
2x
remember
leverage long? Somebody say a coin.
right now.
Yes, right now,
I-
yes.
Launch coin.
Yes, yeah, launch coin.
Launch
Or
coin? What even
CV.
is that crap?
Peanut the squirrel.
Dang,
You could
220 mil
definitely
market cap? What the heck?
definitely launch coin. Wait, what market cap is it?
220 million.
Really? I didn't realize it was that high. God, I've been getting up too early. I can't remember what Dbloc said earlier. I think
Do I really want to buy this crap?
launch coin
Right
yet?
now, probably.
Oh, we're turning
If you have
around.
Buy launch coin.
If you have to ask that, then probably not.
Dbloc said launch coin is hot right now.
I don't get why.
I
It looks
mean,
pretty dumb. That's crypto though.
There's a
Everything's
lot
going.
of buzz.
Yeah, this chart is like pretty uppity up. I don't think if I'm cause I'm longing something, but I don't think it's just something I'm gonna long here. Maybe I'll just add it to my Kosh bag. Yeah, I might just do that.
I like Akash.
Yeah, dominance is going down with Bitcoin right now. Kind of weird.
And Ethereum's going up. And it didn't invalidate that 3 drops pattern yet.
Dang, bro, Umexes don't have a Kosh. I guess I'm buying ICP.
ICP, what? Just yeah, buy ETH-Fi. That's new, and it's a mover.
ETH-Fi, what is that?
It's just some ETH thing on the ETH chain that moves whenever ETH does.
One bill market cap? Okay.
Wow, it's already that one.
I don't really have any
Arweave
like
is
ETH plays. Oh
below.
no. No, it's not 1 bill, it's 400 mil.
Just buy Moodang. No,
Honestly.
it just pumps so hard.
Maybe I get some chill guy.
I think Brett's really down. Or well, it's on a pullback. AVEX is pretty down. $22.
Maybe I'll get some more virtual.
Wow, you got talked out of it that easy, huh?
Oh, buy gun. That's such a low market cap.
I already have some guns. I bought guns over like the last 2 weeks.
You think this is gonna keep or is it gonna roll over?
I think it depends what Ethereum does. Just kidding. Because, like, everything, yeah.
Maybe some more virtual. I can't decide. I already have like 1,000 in gun right now. I'm adding
Are you like
400.
Are you like looking for a setup or you just got itchy fingers?
Nah, I just took profits on the stupid time coin, so I'm just putting into something that's has a future. I don't plan on trading it based off of stricter rules. It's just kind of adding to positions with extremely low liquidation. So, or I shouldn't say extremely low, 50% till liquidation, because I used to X.
Dude, any of those shitters can go down 50% in like a single candle.
Oh yeah, they could. Yeah, anything can, but is it likely?
I mean, I don't know about one candle, but yeah, like it. I mean, there's a lot of the meme altcoins that I've been looking at look like they could come down quite a bit.
Yeah, I think others are gonna bottom pretty soon if it hasn't already. I'm still looking at that 240 to 250. So
I mean, even Doge did almost like a full retracement from the pump to 50 cents. Like
well,
and that has
yeah.
a huge market cap, and it's like I don't know, man. I mean, these other ones are really low market cap. Yeah, they can do some damage. I'd just be careful.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Quagon, if that 3 drives pattern is what you were talking about with the dragon, and that dragon was to play out, that it would we should come up here and top before we at like 2404. We hit 2402, and then and make that low before it started the up. Sorry, I just have to keep that in mind because this is what always screws me up. So knowing that, hopefully it becomes beneficial here. Thanks.
Hey, long BTC, the price is 103,436. And ETH is at 23.95.
But yeah, anyway, that's why I don't really like breakout strategies, because you have to risk so much. Like your risk to reward ratio always ends up being like pretty tight. Like, and when you take the risk, if you have to put it below the lowest low of the pattern, like look at what kind of percent that is. And if it's like, more than 3%, or if it's more than 2% from your entry, then I don't know. I tend to think it's not really worth it. Because like even on like if you were to trade it on like a 5x trade, right? Then you're still risking 10% if your invalidation is like if the invalidation is 2% down from the current price that you entered.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. For sure.
So with that dragon, it's kind of like you have to look for the hump, and then that's where your entry would be, and then your stop loss would be below the second foot. So if this if below the second foot is more than 2% down from where the hump is, then you're sort of risking a lot. Like your risk to reward, like you would have to target like at least 4% gain. Like you'd have to expect that it's going to be a 4% gain at least.
I just kind of think that with the money that just was flowing based off ETH dominance, Bitcoin dominance, the ETH BTC chart, based off of all of that, it seems like a good opportunity for it to do something crazy like that. And I mean, I know that that's like just my own head. I'm just thinking, if I'm right, I'm right. But if I'm wrong, I'm out. Hashtag Dbloc. Thanks for
Yeah, I
that.
mean, I don't necessarily like. I'm not like disagreeing with that. It could be a good entry. It's just I don't know. Like I'm not super
I like your
familiar with
risk
like
to
the whole
reward thing.
logistics.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have paid a lot more attention to that lately, but with something like this, like I'm just able to take. I feel more comfortable taking larger risks in terms of kind of DCAing into a bottom. Nothing too crazy, and then if it works out, it could be pretty nice. But I'm not really playing into that strategy. I'm just going to keep it in mind. Like if that was the case, my stop would get hit and it would reverse immediately. And like that happens to me frequently enough in times like this to where it's like, whoa, okay, that makes sense. But, if it's invalidated, it's invalidated.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even like sometimes it'll stop you out and then still go in your direction. But I mean, that's kind of just the nature of how volatile crypto is because there's so many people trading on perpetuals. There's so much liquidity, like so many liquidations that's where the price ends up going. It doesn't even sometimes the price doesn't even really respect TA, even if it's a really solid TA. But I thought a bunch of other people think like, oh yeah, this really solid TA. I'm gonna take a long on this, and everyone has the same idea, and they are over leveraged, and their liquidation is, pretty close. Then chances are, the price is probably gonna go down there to liquidate all those people before it actually ends up doing the reversal. So it has to do
Yeah.
with a lot of that, like people are over leveraged and stuff because they get too confident in the TA playing out. And then like, yeah, it could end up eventually going in that direction. But then like, do you have a trade to show for it or did you get liquidated? And that's the problem with high leverage. And that's partially why crypto is so volatile because there's so many exchanges that offer such high leverage that like it's like, oh here, you want my money? I'll just take it and flush it down the toilet.
No, yeah, for sure.
But people are gamblers like that. Some people with big money will take huge gambles on things that are like, and like they don't like they could lose a 100 grand in like a second. And it's like, what are you doing? I don't know. I mean, I never understood people like that. They must have just so much money to throw around that it doesn't matter to them. But could never be me.
Yeah. I've played with danger before. I've got burned. Um, but yeah, no, that's why. But yeah, it's just interesting to me that I don't know. I hadn't seen that before. It's nice. It was nice that you were able to relate it to another pattern. It's helpful for me for sure.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people just kind of they take older stuff that already existed and then like they put their own sort of names to it. Like they kind of like try to rename it or like make it into something that's like they think is unique, but it's really not that unique. Yeah, like both. I think both that of what you were saying, like the three drives and the dragon pattern. I think they really are both just like sort of offshoots of like a Elliott wave, and like people that are seeing like a certain portion of Elliott waves playing out in a certain way, and to some degree of repetition. And they're like, oh, I'm gonna give this. I see this pattern all the time. I'm gonna give it a name, and they give it a name, and they put it all over the internet. And they don't realize that it's already that it was already a thing like 50
What's
years
a
ago,
dragon? What's a dragon pattern?
I put an example of it earlier in the bubble chat. I don't know how far back it is. Oh, I know what I was going to say. It was in relation to how you were saying crypto doesn't always relate to TA and stuff. Yeah, I think that a lot of that comes into play with the sessions, obviously, I guess. But that's what's really interesting about the whole thing too. Yeah, there's usually a different type of mood and tone for each specific session. ETH's primed to pump. It's just, is it gonna?
What's going on here? What is this? Why am I back to my entry?
It was a fake out pump. Spike failed.
Come on, man. I gotta
Batman
buy
is back.
lower.
Oh,
I guess I
no.
gotta buy lower now. Go ahead. Give me a lower price, you dirty coin. Give me 100. Get this over with.
That was it. If that dragon pattern plays out, that was it.
This
Well,
is
I
it.
say
We're done dumping.
no. If you weren't here earlier, all I'm saying is the body. I say if that was it. I mean, we gotta wait to see if the body closes over the invalidation or not. But on Ethereum, I'm just looking at Ethereum.
Yeah, man.
We were
Thought I had
talking
a
about
nice
a dragon
little.
pattern earlier, and I was like, oh, that's why my stops always get hit. And then it reverses. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying that that was what we were talking about.
So where are you watching it on the 5-minute?
Yeah.
Let's refer back to this example.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it because I got a pretty close eye on this right now.
Damn it, I lost it. All right, I'm gonna have to just go in the Discord chat. All right, so head hump. Floor 1, floor 2, so that's the first and second foot. Higher.
I want to open a little long here, but I'm a little unsure.
Well, if this dragon pattern plays out, there should be another entry.
Oh.
Actually, right in the middle where it says entry.
Head. So on the 5-minute, it would have made the first foot, and then the second foot should be coming down, unless that was the second.
No, that was the second foot. That would have been the second foot. But now, hear me out. I don't know the pattern and all that. I'm just saying, based off how you said that looks at the 3 drives, based off the 3 drives pattern, the bottom of 3 drives was foot 1. So what you had was foot 2, or foot 2 is what we just hit. If this was to play out. On Ethereum specifically. That's the only thing I've looked at.
Where does that bring you down to?
The bottom of the foot, bottom of foot 2 would be 2362. Well, yeah, 2362. I mean, obviously, wait for validation and all that. Like, we would want engulfing candle here on the 5. Right where it's tickling right now is where mine validation is, which means that the body of the candle needs to close over it for me to be invalidated.
So yeah, the second foot is after the hump.
Yeah, the hump was whenever we hit 2404. I drew it out on my chart. I have to do it on my iPad. I can't really.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
That's the hump, and then the dip below it was the first foot, and that would have been the second foot. get a stopping volume candle so far. So as long as you don't get a body candle closing below that,
Correct.
that should be
And
valid.
right where my invalidation is 2373. So I want to see the bodies close above 2373.
Well, Harry at
Got 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to close. So hopefully it has some strength.
I want to catch the candle, buy it.
1 minute stochastic just flipped, and that was a decent amount of volume. Like that came in and put that foot down. So then, what's your target would be? The hump is target 1. Oh, I keep exiting out of the freaking dragon.
Sorry.
How dare you?
Take profit 1 is the hump. Take profit 2 is the head. So the tail should reach the head, and then if it consolidates and breaks further out of the consolidation, then your target 3 would be somewhere. So I don't know exactly where target 3 was supposed to be, but that's for like a runner. So basically your target 1, the hump being 2400, and then the head being 2417. And I guess target 3 could be the previous high, 2441. There's a vector zone that goes up to 2431. Well, that's on the 1 minute, so that doesn't really matter. I wouldn't go off of that, but it looks like this candle's having a hard time. This 5 minute candle, yeah, it's about to invalidate the.
Yeah, it's not
public
looking good.
volume.
I'm definitely not shorted.
There's like see, this is what I mean. There's a guy that's on 50x leverage that's right down at the bottom of that wick.
Oh, they're coming for him.
He's probably going to get taken. Yeah, that just invalidated the stopping volume. So that's gone. They're probably going to lick this guy, and then I don't know, maybe I'll see a bounce, but there's no volume. Yeah, it doesn't look like that one's going to play. Oh, pink vector on 1.
I already closed it.
Yeah, I would have closed it too. Let's look at Misty. This is bleeding.
Yeah, they tricked me. I had to get out at my entry. It's all right. Try again in a minute.
Scam, dude. Scam.
That was some dirty crap.
Yep.
So here's the thing though about the dragon is that you're not supposed to enter at the button. You're supposed to enter at the break of the line. That's why I was saying like a breakout strategy. So let's say let's say it played out and you got above this line, you entered at 23.96. The previous low would have been all the way at 23.61. So how far down is that percentage price? Yeah, it's 1.5%. So I mean,
Well, yeah.
I get you could. I mean, you could have risked 10% on a 10x, but there's still liquidations right where that stop loss would have been too. So that's what makes it tough.
Eh. Let's see. Look around. Some coins. Moon dang. Mhm. Moon dang. Where you at? That's the thing that goes against everything. Look at it going up. But I dare short it. It's tempting. Nope, we're going to leave that alone. What else we got? Balancer doing. That's a horrible coin.
What's the word, team?
Oh, looking for something horrible.
Perfect, man, perfect.
Look out below.
I'm waiting for day cap bounce so I can short. But I already have shorts open on with the Bitcoin ETF. But I want to short an altcoin.
My target 1 is 1015. My target 2 is 100K.
What percentage do you think that it will hold at 100K? At 100K?
I don't know. We'll see when we get there.
50-50. Flip a coin?
We can go on the books and see what's sitting down there and waiting, but they're pretty serious psychological.
So there's definitely a trade there, probably.
Not seeing anything that we haven't discussed before. We broke that uptrend. We broke the top of the bull flag. We came back down in that range. If that happened, we'd be looking at 115 or 100 flat. That doesn't hold. Just gotta let it play out. Everybody was on the sidelines waiting. Probably happy right now because dominance is pumping while we drop here. So, sneaky suspicion your alts are getting cheaper.
That's fine. I'm good with that.
I tried to go to the gym twice today, and life was like, nah, son. Sit your ass down.
Damn. The chart's still going.
I don't mind it.
Hey, yo, do you follow the Bitcoin block clock?
When we're really close to having, just to
That's
see
more
if
for
it
just
gets,
having.
yeah, just to see if it gets sped up any.
Gotcha.
You know,
And
you,
so
you
does
might
that
catch
not
the
help?
halving a couple days early, but it's never ahead by that much.
Does
By
it
really
not
close, he
help for
means
the
he watches
tops?
it for 2 months before the halving and then keeps a real close line at like 3 days before the halving.
What'd you say?
Does it not help for the tops as well?
No, not really. I mean, not any more than like a hash rate ribbon would or anything, just to see when sort of Yeah, not so much. Not so. I could see how somebody could, but there's way better tools.
Gotcha. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I feel like some of the best are like CBBI. It's pretty good. CBBI above.
Well, when everybody was worried about us being in the bear market, I put something in the YouTube chat. It's still there if anybody's interested in actually being able to tell when we're at the top or the bottom instead of waiting for somebody to tell you. It's in education. It's called Cycle Tops and Bottoms. It'll give you all the indicators you need and what they should be at, what a bottom looks like, what a top looks like. It's a good start. I'll go adding some more.
Do you give any credit to the Power Cycle top indicator?
Yeah, yeah. You know, Pi Cycle Top wasn't really off that. If people say Pi Cycle Top was off last time because it triggered before the double top, but so did RSI's.
Yeah.
Right, RSI never went up, never got a higher high on the RSI. On almost every indicator, that double top didn't even exist because it was basically like pure FOMO.
Yeah, it's a bearish divergence.
Yeah. My favorite one of Zeus's arguments is that what double top? What double top? If you adjust for inflation, the Bitcoin at 69K was worth less than the Bitcoin at 64K.
It's a pretty
I
good
love that
impression.
shit.
Well, he looks at the market cap charts too a lot.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah. And he
this
really
price is
tries to
high.
adjust everything for inflation too. It's hilarious.
I wonder if there's a way you can do that with trading view.
Okay, we summon him. All right. Pretty classic false move week beginning, except for the fact that, well, when did we top out? Was it still? Yeah, it was a couple hours before Monday. But coming back down underneath the trap, I'm not worried about making another high on Monday. This was our top. This, in my opinion, will be our weekly high.
101,000.
107.2 is where we went up to.
Oh, my bad. I had the chart zoomed in.
Yeah, that would be our weekly high, in my opinion, if everything goes the way it's going to. And we'll have 3 days to get down to 100, or we'll get down to 100 and have 3 days to pop. Now, what that looks like in the chart that we've been watching close this whole time on the daily is coming down to our 50. Right above our bulls must hold sort of range that we had when we popped. So the top of that 50 EMA cloud is at 97 right now. As we come down after a couple days, it'll be up higher, 98, 99. What I'm looking for is just this vector recovery, or as close to it as it can get if the 50 gets in the way.
Hey Dbloc, I know the weekly gaps in CME aren't as strong as like the weekend ones, but you think that we're just gonna leave that gap at 91 to 92 for
Yeah.
bear market?
Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. Anything in the 90s is still fair game. I don't think it's probable, but I won't be like, oh my God, what happened? You know?
Yeah.
Remember, 10K, 10K move. We were at 106, getting down to 96. If we were to go all the way down to 96, which would be what we need to do to tap, would be expected. And I don't say shit like that to spook people like when we're up. I say it so that when this happens, you don't get freaked out, you know? The newer people anyways. Your name is
Maybe the people
Long
are positioning.
BTC, brother. I expect you to disagree with that analysis. I just got a hunch. I don't know where it came from or anything, but it doesn't surprise me that somebody named Long BTC would not think that price needs to retrace. I'm just trolling you, bro.
Dude, I don't
Everybody's
get
got
how,
different opinions.
like, even bulls are not like, oh, we need to go back because it's healthy to pick up buyers, and it's like like healthy like corrections, like you can avoid a crash that way because the price already had time to correct. Like, but people that are just permables, I don't get how they're like, yeah, just send it up and up and up. It's just there's just gonna be people buying forever and nobody's ever gonna sell. Nobody's planning on repositioning. Just everyone's gonna buy, and then everyone's gonna sell what's up.
Theo, don't you sell those people your cheap Bitcoin. You know what the play is here.
You have any total 3 or total anything where you think it will go down to because of Bitcoin might go to this
I mean, yeah,
or this might?
dominance is going to have a lot to do with that, but we'll take a look at the totals real quick. So every asset, whether it's a commodity, the majority of all the securities, all the equities, they're all doing the same thing, right? Everything's come up, got above its 50, unable to keep pushing, and they're coming for that retest. Right, so that retest for total would be 836 billion. And that would give us half of that vector, right? If we were to look at 50% of the vector, right? That'd be right around there. And if we looked at another little bit of confluence, which would be our support resistance, right? And then that looks like a 382 if we pull the fib. All right, 382 hit is on that support. I could see the 50 EMA coming up to support, right? To where it doesn't have to come all the way down. I like that confluence with the 382. And then if you look at our high volume node on the VPVR, right? When we lost this range here, see how fast it moved through this gap. And our next high volume node is right at our 50 EMA. So for retracement for total 3, you're looking at that range right there, in my opinion. Guys, I've been telling you about this retracement so that we wouldn't have to look for news events when it happened. I'm sure if you look on Twitter, you're going to find a bunch of things. They'll tell you that our credit rate is being dropped by Moody's, or there's some liquidity issues on some Korean exchange or some shit. But at the end of the day, it's just mean reversion back to the 50 on the daily EMA. When things happen that are unexpected, that's when we can go and start looking for what caused this. You know what I mean? Like if we would have pumped and kept going 110, 112, 113, I'd be on Twitter trying to figure out what the hell is going on. That being said, in my opinion, this could very well be the last of the Mohicans. There's a lot of people on the sideline that are waiting to deploy capital the closer we get to 100K. I know that's what it feels like, Theo. It's funny. He said we're crashing because I bought at 107.
But like you said, when it comes to 100K, they'll expect 95, then they'll expect 90.
Yeah. You can expect it to go down. You can expect the FUD to hit in, get some wicks underneath. What we want is a 4-hour daily wick and body close above 100. You can go ahead and wick it down and do whatever you have to do. But I want a big sort of high time frame wick. Unless they go, unless it's quick, right? We have 3 days to do this. If we take the 3 days, then the 50 EMA on the daily will move up, right? We'll have 1 or 2 days to move up higher. If they flush it now, then we have to go lower because the 50 EMA is down at 96. Crypto Mac with the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W gifts. So it's a timing thing, right? Weekend trap, false move up, freed our trap shorts, put in a second high, giving it back. This should be our 3-day retracement. Gonna be an extra day because it's not even Monday yet. So honestly, what I would like to see is some sort of relief rally here to slow this down. Some sort of relief rally, slow this down a little bit, make another leg up. We've got to test that uptrend that we broke, and we've got to test the re-entering the bear flag. Right, so it's gonna look something. Oh, it's not gonna look like anything because my mouse died. Hold on. Yeah, that's true. It's Monday in Europe. It's always Monday somewhere. But that's really the only thing, right? I would have expected the top to come in a little later, which means this 3-day retracement is actually going to be like a 3.5-day retracement. Unless we get to those levels and stay down at those levels. But I would really want like an explosive move back up, so I don't want that. I want it to take 2 days to get there, and as soon as it touches, just start V-shaping out of there.
I mean, so far you've been on like I mean, bang on. So I hope this plays out that same way, man.
Inshallah. Got a nice little streak going.
It looks like we're gonna hit the 1015 in a couple of hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I don't want to make the move too quick, but
Yeah.
if we do that, I mean, that's fine. I want to leave the liquidity underneath, right? So that the move down is easy for market maker. But I do want to recover here a little bit just to slow down on time. Just to like pump the brakes a little bit. Mac, I appreciate you, brother.
Wow, what a crazy drawback that was after that one. Super duper fake out.
So all the new people in chat, you guys getting used to this volatility, or is this still freaking you out? Like honestly, no shame. The volatility used to freak me out when I first started. Now it's like I love this shit. Like this type of volatility reminds me why I trade crypto and I'm not over there on legacy.
I remember when I first started watching your stream, yeah, I thought, what the hell is going on here? But now it's really relaxing. It's really satisfying watching price going up and down, 2,000 points, 3,000 points. But the new people who are new into the chat, onto the YouTube, it might be a little disturbing for them.
Give it a couple of years, you'll be completely numb to it.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Yeah.
Even when you expect it, it's kind of like crazy to see, you know.
I mean, when was the last time you saw 4-hour candles on Bitcoin like that, man?
Do you know how
and
hard
on
it
no
is?
3 weeks
news
ago.
either.
You know how
No
hard it
news.
is to whip around a 6-figure asset like that?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is based off. This wasn't even on like a POW day or a Fed day. This was just on a random Sunday with no headlines, nothing.
You know what was wicked for me was earlier. Drew was like, big buys coming in, big buy, and he had me look at this aggregator, and he was like, I don't know. He said something. Now start getting bearish targets. I was like, we lose 106, like it's a goner. Like, you should probably get out of your position. And it's like he like made a joke about higher targets, and then I was like, dude, Drew, there's a head and shoulders on the 15. Or I was like, there's a head and shoulders on the 5-second chart. This is serious. And then like, dude, that was the tippity top. It was literally the tippity top when that 5-second head and shoulders played out. Never went any higher than that.
Yo, Dbloc, but since there's just like based off this moves were based off like no headlines and news, you think this is all just a liquidity play? Like this is
Yeah.
purely
Oh,
just
1000%. Yeah. This was sweeping the top liquidity before they went down to grab everything 100K. 1000%. That's why I said earlier when we went through those liquidations, I was like, all right, well, smoke them if you got them before these dead bodies start stinking. Because it was a graveyard up there. If my mouse would start working, I would show you what got whipped. But remember we were looking at all the liquidity on the heat map?
Yeah,
How I was
yeah.
saying chances are they're gonna grab both of these, you know. Well, they
Yeah.
went up and grabbed that
They've
top
been
one for
sitting.
sure.
Yeah, and they've been sitting there for quite some while now, and we've
Yeah.
been waiting for the. And we got them finally today. We got them.
Fractals, yeah, this is normal. This is like preparation to break all-time highs, right? So there's business that needs to get taken care of. That's why I've been telling you guys I've wanted this 100K run, because I mean, we would have got this move to 100K first, we would be looking completely different right now. Those liquidations that we hit would have squeezed us, right? There would have been nothing stopping. You see how market maker stopped that volume at 107 on the dot? That big stopping volume candle, you probably wouldn't have seen that. They would have kept matching orders up 110, 111, 112. But there's too much money left behind. But what better way to break sentiment? Remember we were talking about the problem was that there wasn't enough FOMO to buy, but there was too much FOMO to sell. Well,
Yeah.
a day like this will take care of that. Get somebody a high and then a higher high and then take it all back and then start breaking structure. Yeah, that changes that sentiment real quick.
And when me and Drew were watching the aggregator, it was like there's something fishy going on because there's like a $1.2 million buy coming in on Binance like every couple of seconds, blah blah blah. He's like, I wouldn't doubt that it's CZ. And I'm like, kind of sitting there thinking like, well, yeah, it's probably the exchanges liquidating people on their way up. And then right after that, like right when I was the 5 second head and shoulders, I'm like, this is serious. And then right after that, like just a whole wave of huge sales came in for like 100,000 each. They all just started like piling in like in like 2 seconds. And then all just like executed.
Yeah.
They started ripping down. I'm like, that was like, they got rid of it. They probably were market buying a lot at once, but then I had to like, but then they probably, put their sell orders like 100,000 at a time and broke up each $1 million buy into 10 $100,000 buys to make sure that they executed, and then just all that sell pressure came all at once.
The reason that this is important, y'all, is because, all right, so there's buy orders all the way through, right? The guys that think that this shit is going back down into the 80s, right? This group of guys, their orders aren't even in the books yet.
I'm right here.
Are your orders down at 88 set and ready to go? They're not, right?
My average is down lower than that.
No, but
I
I'm
wanna see
saying,
how it reacts.
do you have standing orders in the 80s?
No.
All right, that's
We have
that's
seen that all the target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, no, right? It's
all
kind
the
of
way up
crazy
to the
now that I'm
all-time high.
seeing it.
We have seen them all, yeah.
But these guys right here, their orders aren't in the books yet, but they're ready to buy when price comes down into these ranges and shit, right? These guys here, their orders are in the books and ready to go. So what price does by coming down here is it picks up all this liquidity and it picks up all of these orders for that push out. When we get this push out, these guys here capitulate. They're not waiting. If we get to 114, you're not waiting at 88 anymore. So these guys end up either moving their orders higher and again waiting for a retest down to this range, right? Or they buy the top. And that gives us the push to really go, right? So we want to come pick people up, and it's okay to leave these guys behind. Because people are like, well, what about all we need that money? They will jump in the market late. They will 1000% jump in the market late. That money's not going anywhere. They're just going to come in higher and push us.
Why did you hear that?
Yeah, man. I mean, maybe 5 or 6 years from now, I'll buy Bitcoin above 100K, but not today.
No, I mean, the people are going to have their capitulation points a lot earlier than others, right? Like you can see something on the chart that's going to change your mind about the 88. Some of these guys, they're in position, right? They're in shorts for that. So it's like they need it to work. There's nothing you can tell them. There's nothing you can tell them. They'll be chasing price up for the, for the rest of the bull market.
Hey, Dbloc, what do you think about Virtual's protocol?
About Virtual's what?
Virtual's protocol. Are
I
you
like
looking
it.
at one?
Yeah, I think I told you guys like months ago that if you want to get into AI agents, but you don't want to worry about picking the correct one, then Virtuals is just the picks and shovels play, right? Most of the successful agents are
seems
going to
like-
come out of Virtuals and they'll push Virtuals price.
Yeah, because it seems like one of the stronger alts. It bounces really hard.
Yep. Tons of mind share. You got to remember, every single AI agent is like whatever by Virtuals. Like Virtuals is slapped on every single one of those. So the mind share is massive.
And it's on base, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that would probably get up to its all-time high? So it's 5.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it goes past its all-time high, honestly.
Okay, sick. I'm looking for a spot position.
You think virtuals will come down to its 50?
No, I think Virtuals might be a little too strong. I think it's probably just going to hold its 13. Let me see where it's at right now.
You think it could come back to 160, 150?
Virtuals. Yeah, see, Virtuals is holding
Hey,
its 13 EMA pretty strong. I mean, if it breaks, then yeah, but the problem is we got this resistance. We got this SR flip here. And I mean, your 50 EMA is already coming up into that range. So if it doesn't hold its 13, you'd be looking at like 155, 156. Anything with a 1 and a 5, it's probably a decent buy.
Yeah.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, this thing's a beast.
Yeah.
And fart coin.
Yeah, launch coin is also a good sort of picks and shovels play.
I said fart coin.
So, all right, how about this other scenario, the opposite scenario, what like from the FOMO scenario? Yeah, we pick up the buyers in the 90s, but it goes back up, and it ends up being a dead cat bounce because the people that bought above 100K, they want to get the hell out, and they say, all right, no, I'm not sitting in the drawdown anymore. I'm back at break even, or I'm back in the profit. I'm selling, so I don't have to be stuck in a bag anymore, and then that causes the lower high. That actually brings you down to
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
And then the people that caught the 90s are like, all right, I'll just stop out the reposition. And then they start to target the 80s too.
Collins, like 12, 13 years. I mean, close to 14 altogether, but actually knowing what I'm doing, probably more like 12 years. The other
still don't know
years
what
were
the hell
just
I'm doing.
getting wrecked. And then even shit, I'd say like 1/3 of the years me knowing what I'm doing, I was still getting wrecked.
They want that 100. Looks like they want it.
Bro, I want it, and I don't even make any money from that shit going down to 100. Imagine how they feel. They got a bag of money sitting down between here and 100, bro. I can't want it more than they do, can I? That'd be rough.
Sounds kind of front runny.
Yeah, nah, it's possible. We got the 800 coming through here. I've been looking at this thing. If we look on the hourly, which is where it was really sort of standing out, I think. Or was it the 15-minute? Might have been the 15-minute. Yeah, we're breaking it on the 15-minute.
You're not gonna go into micro mode.
Kind of no, because I feel like I'm trying to will this shit back up at this point, just to slow it down a bit. Like at the very least, give us a retest. Either a retest of that uptrend, or a retest of the bull flag top.
You know what's wicked funny is the XRP CME this morning. I'm
So
sure
you
thinking
want
about that.
100, but you don't want it too quick.
Yeah. If you don't want to go under 100, you don't want it too quick. You don't want to come grab 100 a day and still be on day one of a 3-day retrace. You feel me?
Okay.
So we want to pop up a little bit,
understand.
come down maybe to target 1, and then have 1 full day of up, and then the 3rd day comes down and grabs and V shapes out.
Okay.
Damn, guns is at 4.9 cents.
Yeah, I need guns to get lower for me. I'm gonna go crazy.
I want that shit at 2 cents.
I'm starting to think about switching my Gala. I've been saying that, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet.
What's a better hold, guns or beam?
Safety wise,
Aha.
beam, ROI wise, gun, because I mean, obviously this thing's a low 50 or high 49, high 40s,
Yes.
$1 million market cap. So, but safety wise, beam
Please.
is any number of things could happen where where guns doesn't do anything. The dev team could come out tomorrow and do some greedy shit on the game economy.
Mm.
There could be an update that screws up it could be any, it's risky. As much faith as I have and conviction as I have in it, it's still a risky play.
Yeah,
I've
just
been
because it's a
playing
singular game.
What is the market cap? 50 million?
Bro, it's like
Yeah.
49, $48 million market cap right now. 50 million market cap at the most.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
will not
playing
be
the-
trading this thing on perpetuals.
I've been playing this game from last 3 days, and I already got 100 tokens.
Yeah. Yeah, my inventory
That's
is
good
worth
deal.
a good amount of guns right now. I was doing the math and looking
Yeah,
at
you've
all
been
the
playing
like
for
epic
quite some
shit.
while now. Yeah, you've been playing for
I
quite
don't get a
some
lot
while
of
now.
games in though. At the most, I play like 1 or 2 rounds before I go to bed.
Yeah,
I haven't really had any like sort of long sessions.
yeah.
But I definitely have gotten some NFTs that are very rare. And when I go on Marketplace to try to list them, they're like, 12K guns, 50K guns.
It's sick.
ETH is into that wick exploration now. I love this chart. I forgot it. That dude just scared the shit out of me. I forgot it was there.
Who is that?
Those were all the Ether dead guys on Twitter. The most hated rally of 2025. That's funny. Looking back on this in like a year or two is going to be hilarious.
What do you think
So
about
we're
Caspa?
looking to go.
On ETH, I'm looking to come down to target 1 and target 2. 22.4. And then the 50 EMA is right about 2. If this takes a long time, then this target is dynamic, right? This target can move up. The W that started it all.
You think Caspa's a good buy at 10 cents?
I don't know, man. I know Casper's got a good community still. I just don't know.
Because they just had their upgrade, crescendo upgrade.
Was there like a buy the rumor, sell the news sort of phase to it, or?
Yeah, it went from like 13 to like 10 now.
Okay. I mean, you can watch the volume, the volume picks up and there's people interested. I mean, honestly, anything you guys want to pick up, you got to do some fundamental research and make sure that people are still interested. You got to go on Twitter, you got to go on their telegrams. Easiest thing to do is go on Twitter, go to their recent messages, their recent posts, click on it, go read the comments. Is it 437 angry comments of, screw the devs, or is everybody posting rocket emojis? You know what I mean? Is there hype still?
But you're not buying any alts yet, right? Till dominance drops?
Oh no, I'm already digging into alts. When I get to like 59% dominance, then I'll be picking up like the shittiest of the shittiest alts, you know. Like
Mhm.
super low. My lowest market cap thing right now is guns, but I've committed to buying guns 2 years ago.
You said you took a
Until
trade on that already?
on what?
You said you already took a trade on guns. You got out
On guns?
towards the top, and now you're gonna rebuy it back.
Yeah. I'm still holding some right now. I'm underwater on my guns position, but it's a DCA, so not a big deal.
Ooh, for anyone interested, Caspa's dropping.
I'm
Yeah,
interested in
give
possibly
Casper some time to settle.
Yeah, look at that. Look at those two candles. Those 1 minute candles just now on Bitcoin. Like these wicks up and down, up and down.
What's up with that W there?
It's like that candle got printed on thru. A couple other alts too.
Yeah. Let's see where it's at on his daily. Yep, come on down.
Who's that?
It's been over a week and a half that I told y'all that these alts need to come back down to their 50 EMA on the dailies.
Oh, shit. What's one that needs to come to its 50 that has a bunch of meat left on it?
Off the top of my head, I can't really remember any one of them that stands out. I mean, some of them are doing so well that they're not even losing their 13, and they're probably not going to.
That'll be a long.
There's a couple that are. There's a couple ones that I'm interested in that are underneath their 50.
Please tell me.
Prime.
I'm looking for
I
something.
believe Prime is one
Can't
of
get
them
it.
off the top of my head. Let me see. No, it's not Prime. It's another one.
Oh,
What
I
was
can't.
it?
Only on futures. I can't get it.
Beam. I mean, Beam's underneath its 50, but it's holding support.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a long on that. I'm just hesitant. I want to wait a little more. Okay, you said let it get to the 50. If it does, then that
Yeah, I
should be a
mean,
good
if
trade.
the way I'm judging it is if they've already broken their 13 EMA, right, the 13 access support. If they've already broken their 13 EMA, then the chances are that they're going down to their 50s. If they're doing a decent job of holding that 13 EMA, then they can save themselves some of the. See, like, look at Mudang.
Okay.
Right, Mudang would have to come
I
all the way
know
down
that
to
one.
10 to hit its 50. So
Okay,
chances
that's
are
the
that's
meaty.
not happening, right? If it holds its 13,
That's the
then
meaty.
yeah.
That's where the meat's at. If I mean, if we're going to 100, it's probably gonna get some of that.
Maddie, now we just be patient. Really. You just gotta be patient.
Okay, okay. Just looking for a little play while I'm sitting here. put Beam as a favorite. I mean, not Beam.
Oh.
The other one you said, what did you just say? Prime, yeah.
Out of Prime and Guns, what do I think is the? I mean, better pick like what, Darcy? You got to be specific. Guns is the riskier, one of the two, but it has the most. You know, it has the most space to move. My conviction is high in Guns because I've been researching this thing for over 2 years now. But if anybody's getting into this, like I said, it is risky, and you should definitely try to build that conviction for yourself. Right? Take some time out, take a couple hours out, and dig into the project, dig into the team. Because I have a feeling there's going to be some wild swings on this thing. So if you don't have like really strong conviction, you might end up just getting out on one of those swings. I like Prime though. I like Prime because it has you know, it runs on AI narrative as well. It hasn't been recovering great off of this. It hasn't really been moving great off of this recovery, but it's better than most.
So I kind of feel like it's too late to short anything at this point. I did have some shorts, but I got out of them already. So it's too late for that now.
I mean, I would wait
Done
for a
with finished
relief
with that.
rally on Bitcoin. Right, when it puts in a
Look for
lower
a dead
high.
cat.
Yeah, we've got to come and test the 15. Right, we've got mean reversion that needs to happen here. We'll reject and then roll over, but you want to wait for a high. You don't want to short at these lows.
I mean, no point for a. I mean, I don't see like. I mean, like a dead cat for a long. Any.
Yeah, Darcy, we're still waiting for mainnet launch. Which is, I mean, in my opinion, it's good because it's giving me time to accumulate. I think once
Do you know
mainnet
when it
launches, Guns is going to be gone. Nah, I'm not sure. I don't know what's the date. I've got to look into it. We've already moved it a couple times.
Well, I waited for Pi Network to launch for multiple years, so I'm all right waiting.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have to wait that long. My whole play on Guns is that the supply doesn't get released until we're in the bear market. Right, so for me, it's like a Jasmine play. Right, the first year I got in on Jasmine, it was on a super low float, like 15%, 10%, something crazy. It went absolutely nuts. And then the team released supply during the bear market and crushed it 99%, 98%. And then we got a 17x off of that shit buying the bottoms. That's what I'm sort of looking for Guns to do. The real test though, like I'm just playing this for this run. The real test will be, does the game survive the bear market? And I think it will, because what happens is during the bear market, all of the shit you want on game gets cheaper now. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think it'll stay active.
Or can you look at it right now? It's kind of like at a higher low. I mean, when do you want to buy it back? So I'm thinking about buying.
I'm waiting for Bitcoin to do its thing before I pick up Guns.
Okay. No looking at it till then.
Personally.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this thing, we're in a range right now, so we're still in this accumulation. So I have to assume that we come back down to support. Right? The trend is your friend until the end.
Rinse, repeat.
Yeah, so I'll buy as close to the support as I possibly can, and then I'll drop some stop loss underneath.
All right, this time I'm coming with you.
Here we go. Alts are moving.
Uh-oh. Back to beam.
Yeah, Bitcoin gets a little recovery here. It'll give alts opportunity to bounce, and dominance is coming down as Bitcoin's going up. So the alts like that. Just remember that big picture, we're still looking for a lower high here. So that should just make you less hesitant to TP on alts if you do get in some positions right now.
Oh, I'm TPing. I'm taking a long and then I'm TPing right now. On a minute. Coming up to that average and I'm bailing.
It does, Darcy. It has a good ecosystem, but I'd be careful going too heavy. Right? If I have to tell you, once I get my full guns position, it'll probably be less than 10% of my entire portfolio. It'll probably be half of my gaming portfolio, right? But altogether, it'll be less than 10% of my entire portfolio. Maybe 15% if I go crazy, but I doubt it. That would be... They would have to have one hell of a mainnet launch. But, I mean, if I get rid of my Gala, I do double my guns position. And even if guns fails, I feel like it does better than Gala. Like, meaning fails like, you know, it only gets to 500 million market cap. It never gets to 1 billion and it only 10x's.
Yeah, do it.
I hear you, brother, but you got to keep it safe. You got to keep it safe for that same reason, right? We're going to get as much ROI as we can during this run, but it's not what you make, it's what you can keep. So that means you don't want to go too risky in something that from one day to another on a news event or some sort of screw up, you know, could cost you a lot. I mean, it's not financial advice. I'm nobody's dad. I'm just trying to preach a little caution.
CME Gap. What about CME Gap?
We already took that out. I mean, to be fair, the investment that you're in, if Sui does what I think it's gonna do, you're gonna recover that investment too. So
What do you think Sui's gonna do?
I think Sui's gonna do great. I think Sui's gonna pull a surprise on everybody. You know, ETH is gonna go and do its thing, and that's gonna bring a utility narrative along with it. Right? People are gonna look at the obvious ones like Sol, but I mean, how much more could Sol do at this point, right? And then you've got Sui. Right? Sui is like the news cycle alternative. There's always a news cycle alternative. Like during the last bull market, Solana was the news cycle alternative. Then it proved itself during the bear, and then it had an amazing bull market year. That's what I expect for Sui. Right? Have a good bull market run, prove itself during the bear market, and then buy as much Sui as I possibly can after a 90% retracement.
Yo, Dbloc, have you looked at futures? It looks like it's printing a bear for the futures.
I'll
had like
take a
another
look.
like
Long, I
0.5%
agree with
whatever
you when
off.
it comes to Sol, but Sui doesn't have that stink on it. Sui's actually really good tech. I mean, to be
I
fair,
don't see no
Sol's
bear
actually
flag.
good tech too. They just used it for evil, but whatever.
Yeah, Sui's off to the races. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm wrong.
ETH looking good. Popcat bouncing off
Resuscitate
the
the
200.
cat. Pick up the corpse. What are you looking a dead cat up to?
I mean, we have to retest some of these breaks eventually. Right, 103.4, 103.7 in that range there. But we could come all the way down to target 1 and then come up and do that and then come all the way down to target 2.
I'll be able to survive that. But bounce, baby, bounce.
Jasmine is one of my biggest positions, Twan. Jasmine used to be my biggest position, and then Sui sort of went crazy. What's going on, Rick?
Bouncy bounce.
Damn right, I like to hear it.
Set up for a little bouncy. Come on, whale. Protect that long.
That's what's up, bro. W's on top of W's. My bad, John. I'm just trying to wrap up some research on the side before it gets too late. Y'all don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It's completely free. And you're going to want to be here when shit gets spicy again. What was that, Emad?
You say, why do I feel like the next news is going to make something happen is going to be Binance does X?
You think CZ's got something up his sleeve?
Yeah, and that guy, he always does. Thinking about it right now. What
It's the
can I do
richest.
to
It's the richest man in crypto.
what? So let's think. If you were CZ, what would you want right now? Would it be 100?
I'm probably ready. I'm pretty sure they're set and ready to go, bro. They're set and
Okay,
ready
so
to
he's
go for
ready to
this run.
go. Okay, so he wants to front run then. Write that down. Front run. Okay.
I think CZ's greedy. I think he wants more. Probably send it
Bro, do you
lower.
understand the?
Handfuls.
Listen, do you understand the move that this man? Let's recap the year, or let's recap 365 days of this man's life. First, he takes out his major competitor with FTX. Right, one swift move. Then he gets under investigation by the feds for all this shady shit. Binance is getting beat up. BNB coin is about to go into the double digits if it breaks this macro support. Right, multi-year lows. And then he goes to jail for a couple months. All of that shit goes away. Comes back to all types of new money. Instantly launches a pump fund on BSC. Made a quick $1 billion from the halfway house before he was even home. And BNB is like at all-time highs, looking amazing on its amazing on its BTC chart. I mean, like, this man has had one hell of a year, bro. I don't think he wants or needs much of anything right now, but just for this shit to keep going, you know.
Wait, he launched a pump fund, or he made that pump.
Yeah, he made a competitor on BSC. It was hot for a little while, but it was
then he made that dog, right?
extractionary at all. Yeah,
It
yeah,
was like
he
naming
got
the
into the.
dog thing.
I mean, bro, you got to remember he went to jail before all the meme shit. So he was sitting in jail watching the entire meme run, like, oh, when I get out, when they let me out of this place, I got plans.
Yo, Dbloc, do you think we've got a pretty volatile week with the news that's coming out?
Yeah, I think so. There's gonna be a lot of FUD on the legacy side. We're gonna have to see how it affects us, but we need to drop anyway, so bring it on, right? Hasn't been easy to drop Bitcoin. I don't expect the FUD to just overnight have an effect. So this 3-day down set up with everything else, the environment and everything else we're looking at, sort of makes sense.
What are your thoughts on Trump and Putin's meeting?
I don't know. I wish there was a camera in that room, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, let's micromanage this thing. It's getting... These candles are killing me.
Micro.
Struggling with the 50 EMA on the 1 minute vector gap all the way to 126. Our stopping volume candle would need to be invalidated. but we are in a bit of a tiny bullish structure here. So we got to respect the chart. Respect the chart.
Right. Like that.
You would need your 13 to get above your 50. You need to confirm bullish momentum here, but you're probably going to get it shortly. Let's go to the 15-second. So we don't have to sit around and wait. So our two spots for retracement that we were looking at were, that's your bull flag retracement, and then that's your uptrend. We got 226 viewers and 189 likes. It's kind of like this chart right here, right? Like this is like the 226 viewers. And then down here is like the 189 likes. But let's see if we can break out, right? We want to get above that resistance right there.
Come on, guys. Rocket, rocket, rocket.
Bitcoin will 1000% break out if we double top on, if we get past that double top on likes, guys. This is Drew speaking. You can blame me if I'm wrong. Yo, people used to confuse me and Drew all the time, and we would just blame each other for shit. Like someone would come on and say, I really don't like what you said the other day about blah blah blah. I'm like, oh nah, that was Dbloc. Like I'm Drew. I don't know why, because we really don't sound like each other, but it used to happen a lot back in the days. All right, we should retest this break now. If we fall back into the pattern, then you know what time it is. Good night, brother. Sample, what's going on? That's funny. I love how we're like international, bro. Every time one of us goes to sleep, another one of us wakes up. Funny as shit. All right, it's coming back into the flag here. Evil Twin, I'm not playing into. I mean, I'm looking for like a dead cat bounce here. So for me, there's not a lot of meat on the bone. But I mean, if somebody wanted to slap some leverage, I guess they could be trying to catch the fallen knife here. I'm just betting on some sort of relief rally before we go lower. And this is a 15-second chart, by the way. I agree, Long. I've been saying that same thing for years. The first country to completely devalue their currency by just printing it into oblivion to buy Bitcoin wins the game. Yeah, I think we got to go even lower than that, Sato. Wait, is this Sato? Do you have your own channel where you trade live, bro? Please tell me it's you. Just lie to me and say yes. I'm just kidding, bro. You know who I'm talking about, though, right? That dude is great. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, that dude is mad entertaining to watch, but you do not want to copy trade that guy. All right, looks like she wants to roll over.
Oh, man.
I think it is, Tell. I think what it is that he's got hedges on every trade. And then he live streams the one that's going bad. And then he probably feeds the one that's going good on the side. You know what I mean? So he covers his losses, and then he makes the money off of donations. Yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense, bro. Either that or he's a genius. Because nobody could be 100% wrong all the time.
Okay, I'll send you a full album. My bad.
You're good. To be 100% wrong all the time, that means you have to know the right thing to do, and you're just doing it backwards. You know? More likely he's just running hedges and then showing the bad trade. It's the opposite of what most YouTube traders do, bro. Most of these guys that are live trading, they're taking hedges and then they show you the trade that's working. And then they ignore the one that they got wiped on the side. I haven't watched them for a while, Mr. Sound. You mean futures? They affect price because of liquidations. Right, when a short gets liquidated, it has to cover its position on market. That's how we get our short squeezes. Reshape our bullish structure here a tiny little bit. Put that on the break.
Out here hustling. Who said you can't trade crypto and sell a CD at the same time?
The problem with these guys, bro, like Kramer and Sato, is if you get too used to them being wrong, you're gonna get burned one day. You know what I mean? Like that whole broken clock is right twice a day sort of shit. It's fun to look at and laugh at, but I wouldn't trade on it. Bro, I hope I never get to the point where there's like an inverse Dbloc, bro. Like at that point, you gotta give up, bro. You gotta go on a break. You gotta go up into the mountains or something, or like figure out what's going wrong.
This guy actually came through.
Nah, chill. I'm just killing my black swans. You gotta speak the black swans. You don't speak them, then they're unpredictable, and then you get a black. It's like, no, you gotta speak it into existence and then slaughter it. You know what the thing is? Like, I'm too quick to pivot, bro. I'm not like stuck to my. So like, I can't imagine having a losing streak. That, knock on wood. But yeah, I just can't. I just don't see how that would happen. Yeah, 5K subs, man. I wonder what comes first, 5K subs or all-time highs. I need to put a sub counter on the screen. I agree. We need to come down and reset all of these RSIs, bro. I 1000% agree. Abscess, I appreciate you, brother. Make sure you guys subscribe. We're on here every day. I mean, honestly, Evgeny, it's happened to us a bunch of times before, bro. One thing about the United States is like, we pretend to care about that type of shit until they drop it, and then we're like, so what? The same thing with international courts, right? We pretend to care about the international courts until the international court rules against us, and they're like, wow, you guys don't have any power over us. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm back. Let's take care of this cat out in Germany real quick.
Graves, that only makes sense though, bro. If there was memes about people counter trading you, you'd have to be silly not to short your own positions, like, right? Like at some point you got to start playing into it. Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's one of the signs of bull market, bear market. Like when you're very, very bullish, bad news doesn't have an effect. And the smallest bit of good news pumps you like crazy. But when you're bearish, it's the opposite, right? We just came out of a sort of cycle when we were having that correction that any bad news at all was like just red candles. And it seemed like no good news made a difference. Didn't matter how good the news was, it didn't make a difference at all on price. So we're starting to see that flip now. Yeah, bonds, money markets. I just think it's funny having your credit rating reduced and then like you're just like, yeah. Like chances are we weren't gonna pay this off anyways. Yeah, I think gold gets to 4K during this run. If it doesn't get to 4K, it's gonna make a nice push for it. Seeing some weakness here. Again, we're only on the 15-second here for Bitcoin. It's just the price action is so boring that we're micromanaging this thing. We lose the 50 here, we're gonna lose the little bear flag. I mean the little bull flag on the 1 minute. Our confirmation of bearish momentum shift is our 13 EMA closing underneath the 50. I'll be right back.
Uh, you done, G? I'll probably post that video soon, G, with Havoc, Infamous Mob. Just gotta finish getting these off real quick. 'Cause if not, these cats will just start fronting and bootlegging me, not getting it. Well, hopefully we can bounce here. If not, I guess I'll have to buy some more there, I guess. Well,
All right, I'm back. I had to eat up some food. All right, so we invalidated that little bear flag. I mean, that little bull flag. Cleared that vector and closed bodies in these wicks. So we invalidated those stopping volume candles. Down we go. All right, I'm here. I'm just off mic. I need this sandwich.
Hey, I just got back. Are we watching the bleed?
Yes.
Sorry, it's still a question.
All right, I'll be back. Gotta eat this sandwich.
Alright. Didn't you just eat a steak?
I feel judged right now, and this is supposed to be
Dang,
a safe
my
space.
friend is hungry.
I'll be back.
Steak sandwich.
I don't think you can put the words crypto and safe together. Because this is a crypto place.
Did I say that?
No, he said, I don't, he said this is supposed to be a safe place. I have to go home. It's time for me to get in bed. Well, that part I'm looking forward to. Leaving the crypto, not so much. All right, I'm just gonna do it. I will be on chat in a bit.
Do
Good
it.
night.
Good night.
Bye.
Remarket in 7 minutes. 6 minutes. Feel like we're getting a little bit of a reaction of support on the Bitcoin, especially Ethereum. Really nice candle. Be a turning point.